Hachette Audio presents Two Twisted Crowns, Book 2 of The Shepherd King. Written by Rachel Gillig. Read by Lisa Cordleone. To anyone who's ever felt lost in a wood, there is a strange sort of finding in losing. The Twin Alders is hidden in a place with no time, a place of great sorrow and bloodshed and crime. Betwixt ancient trees where the mist cuts bone deep, the last card remains, waiting, asleep. The wood knows no road, no path through the snare. Only I can find the Twin Alders, for it was I who left it there. Prologue. Elspeth. The darkness bled into itself. No beginning, no end. I floated, buoyant on a tide of salt water. Above me, the night sky had blackened, moon and stars masked by heavy water-laden clouds that never receded. I jostled without pain, my muscles relaxed and my mind quiet. I did not know where my body ended and the water began. I merely yielded to the darkness, lost to the ebb and flow of the waves and the sound of water washing over me. Time passed without mark. If there was a sun, it did not reach me at dawn. I passed minutes and hours and days afloat a tide of nothingness, my mind empty but for one thought. Let me out. More time passed. Still, the thought persisted. Let me out. I was whole, swallowed by the water's comfort. No pain, no memory, no fear, no hope. I was the darkness, and the darkness was me. And together we rolled with the tide, lulled toward a shore I could neither see nor hear. All was water. All was salt. But the thought nagged on. Let me out. I tested the words out loud. My voice sounded like tearing paper. Let me out. I said it over and over, briny water filling my mouth. Let me out. Minutes, hours, days. Let me out. Then, out of nothingness, a long black beach appeared. Upon it, something moved. I blinked, my eyes clouded by a film of salt. A man, clad in golden armor, stood on the dark shore just beyond the break in the tide, watching me. The tide drew me in, closer and closer. The man was aged. He bore the weight of his armor without wavering, his strength deeply rooted, like an ancient tree. I tried to call out to him, but I knew only the 3 words. Let me out, I cried. I became aware of my wool dress, the heaviness of it. It pulled me down and I slipped beneath the surface, my words cutting off. Let me... His hands were cold as he pulled me from the water. He carried me onto black sand. When he tried to stand me up, my legs faltered like a newborn fawn's. I did not know his face, but he knew mine. "Elspeth Spindle," he said quietly, his eyes so strange and yellow, ensnaring me. "I've been waiting for you." Part 1. To Bleed. Chapter 1. Raven. Raven's hands were bleeding. He hadn't noticed until he'd seen the blood fall. With 3 taps on the velvet edge of the mirror, the purple Providence card, Raven had erased himself. He was utterly invisible. His fingers, knuckles, the heels of his palms dug at the hardened soil at the bottom of the ancient chamber at the edge of the meadow. It hardly mattered. What was another cut, another scar? Raven's hands were but blunt tools, not the instruments of a gentleman, but of a man-at-arms, captain of the destriers, highwayman, traitor. Mist seeped into the chamber through the window. It slipped through the cracks of the rotted-out ceiling, salt clawing at Raven's eyes. A warning, perhaps, that the thing he dug for at the base of the tall, broad stone did not wish to be found. Raven paid the mist no mind. He too was of salt, sweat, blood, and magic. Even so, his calloused hands were no match for the soil at the bottom of the chamber. It was unforgiving, hardened by time, ripping Raven's fingernails and tearing open the cracks in his hands. Still, he dug, enveloped in the mirror card's chill, the chamber he'd so often played in as a boy, shifting before his eyes into something grotesque, a place of lore, of death, of monsters. He'd woken hours ago, sleep punctuated by thrashing fits and the memory of a piercing yellow gaze, Elspeth Spindle's voice, an echoing dissonance in his mind. "It was his castle, the one in ruins," she'd told him, her charcoal eyes wet with tears as she spoke of the Shepherd King, the voice in her head. "He's buried beneath the stone in the chamber at Castle U." Raven had torn himself out of bed and ridden from stone like a spectre on the wind to get to the chamber. He was restless, frantic for the truth, because none of it seemed real. The Shepherd King, with yellow eyes and a slick, sinister voice, trapped in the mind of a maiden. The Shepherd King, who promised to help them find the lost Twin Alders card. The Shepherd King, 500 years dead. Raven knew death, had been its exactor. He'd watched light go out of men's eyes, heard final gasping breaths. There was nothing but ghosts on the other side of the veil, no life after death. Not for any man, cut-purse, or highwayman, not even for the Shepherd King. And yet, not all the soil at the base of the stone was hard. Some was loose, upturned. Someone had been there before him, recently. Elspeth, perhaps, looking for answers just as he was. There, at the base of the stone, hidden a hand below the hardened topsoil, was a carving, a single word made indecipherable with time. A grave marker. Raven kept digging. When his fingernail ripped and the raw tip of his finger struck something sharp, he swore and reared back. His body was invisible, but not his blood. It trickled, crimson red, appearing the moment it left his hand and scattering over the hole he'd dug, the ground thirsty for it. Something was hidden in the earth, waiting. When Raven touched it, it was sharper than stone, colder than soil. Steel. Hard in his throat, he dug until he'd unearthed a sword. It lay crooked, caked in dirt, but there was no mistaking its make. Forged steel, with an intricately designed hilt, too ornate to be a soldier's blade. He reached for it, the salt in the air piercing his lungs as he took short, fevered breaths. But before Raven could pry the sword free, he caught a glimpse at what was buried beneath it, resting perfectly, undisturbed for centuries. A pale, knobbed object. Human. Skeletal. A spine. Raven's muscles locked. His mouth went dry, and nausea rolled up from his stomach into his throat. Blood continued to drip from his hand, and with every drop he gave away, he earned a fragmented, biting clarity. Blunder was full of magic. Wonderful, terrible magic. This was the Shepherd King's body. He was truly dead. But his soul carried on, buried deep in Elspeth Spindle, the only woman Raven had ever loved. He tore from the chamber, taking the sword with him. Bent over himself beneath the yew tree outside, Raven coughed, fighting the urge to be sick. The tree was old, its branches unkempt, its canopy vast enough to keep the morning rainfall off his brow. He stayed that way for some time, his heartbeat reluctant to steady.
"What business have you to dig, Raven Bird?"
Raven whirled, the ivory hilt of his dagger in hand. But he was alone. The meadow was empty but for dying grass, the slender path back to Castle Yew unmanned. The voice called again, louder than before.
"Did you hear me, Bird?"
Perched in the yew tree above Raven's head, legs dangling over the edge of the aged branch, sat a girl. She was young, younger than his brother Emery. A child no older than 12, he guessed. Her hair fell in dark plaits over her shoulders, a few stray curls framing her face. Her cloak was undyed, gray wool with an intricately hemmed collar. Raven searched for a family insignia, but there was none. He didn't recognize her. Surely he'd recall such a striking face, such a distinct nose, such vivid, yellow eyes. Yellow. "Who are you?" Raven said, his voice scraping his throat. She watched him with those yellow eyes, tilting her head to the side.
"I'm Tilly."
"What are you doing here, Tilly?"
"What I've always done."
For the briefest moment, she reminded him of Jesper as a girl.
"I'm waiting."
Rain fell in earnest, carried on a swift wind. Droplets pelted the side of Raven's face, and the wind caught his hood, pulling it off his brow. He raised a hand, shielding his eyes from the sting, but the girl in the tree remained unmoving, though the branch beneath her trembled and the yew tree's leaves whistled in the wind. Her cloak did not shift, nor did a single strand of her hair. Water and wind seemed to pass entirely through her, as if she was made of mist, of smoke, of nothingness. Only then did Raven recall he was still using the mirror. This had been his purpose, why he'd forsaken sleep and come to the chamber. He'd dug with blunt fingers, met bone with blood, and found the Shepherd King's body. But the mirror card held the answers he truly sought. He'd used the mirror 1,000 times before to be invisible, but Raven had always been careful never to use it too long. He'd had no desire to incur the card's negative effects, to see beyond the veil into a world of spirits. He'd never wanted to speak to a ghost. Until now. Raven cleared his throat. He knew nothing of spirits or their temperaments. Were they as they were in life? Or had the afterlife remade them? He raised his voice against the wind. "Who do you wait for, Tilly?" The girl's eyes shifted to the sword in his hand, then back to the chamber. "Do you know the man who is buried there?" Raven asked. She laughed, her voice sharp.
"As well as I know this glen, Bird." as well as I know this tree and all the faces that have tarried beneath it."
She twisted her finger in the tail of her plate.
"You've heard of him, I suppose?"
Her lips curled in a smile.
"He's a strange man, my father. Wary, clever, good."
Raven's breath faltered. "The Shepherd King is your father?" Her smile faded, her yellow eyes growing distant.
"They did not give him a king's burial. Perhaps that is why he does not—"
Her gaze returned to Raven.
"You haven't seen him with your mirror card, have you? He promised he would find us when he passed through the veil. But he has not come."
"Us?" The girl turned, her eyes tracing the woods on the other side of the meadow.
"Mother is over there somewhere. She does not come as often as she did. Illick and Afton linger near the statuary. Fenley and Lenore keep to your castle."
Her brow furrowed.
"Bennett is often somewhere else. He did not die here. Not like the rest of us."
Die? Raven's throat tightened. "They are your family? The Shepherd King's family?"
"We're waiting,"
she said, crossing her arms over her chest.
"For Father."
"Why does he not return?" The girl did not answer. Her gaze fluttered across the meadow to the ruins.
"I thought I heard his voice," she murmured. Night had fallen. I was alone, here in my favorite tree.
Her eyes flashed to Raven.
"I saw you, Raven Bird. You came as you always do, in your black cloak, your gray eyes clever, your face practiced. Only this time you are not alone. A woman came with you. A strange woman with eyes that flashed yellow gold like mine, like Father's."
Raven's insides twisted.
"I watched you both leave, but the maiden returned."
Tilly held out a finger, pointing to the chamber's window.
"She went inside. That's when I heard it. The songs my father used to hum as he wrote his book. But when I entered, he was not there. It was the woman who hummed as she raked her hands through the soil above Father's grave."
"Elspeth," Raven whispered, the name stealing something from him. "Her name is Elspeth." Tilly didn't seem to hear him.
"Twice the maiden visited and dug at his headstone. She wandered through the meadow, the ruins."
Her lips drew into a tight line.
"But when dawn came, her yellow eyes shifted to a charcoal color. So I came back here to his grave, to watch, to wait."
Raven said nothing, his mind searching for answers it did not have. He remembered that night he'd brought Elspeth to the chamber. He could still smell her hair, feel her cheek against his palm. He'd kissed her deeply and she'd kissed him back. Every part of him had wanted every part of her. But she'd torn herself away, her eyes wide, a tremble in her voice. She'd been afraid of something in the chamber. At the time, Raven had been certain it was him. But he knew now it was something else, something far greater than him, something she carried with her. Always. His eyes snapped back to the girl in the yew tree. "What happened to your father?" Tilly did not answer. Raven tried again. "How did he die?"
She looked away, her fingers dancing a silent rhythm on the yew branch. "I don't know. They caught me first." Her voice quieted. "I passed through the veil before my father and brothers."
It wasn't the mirror's chill that was seeping into Raven. It was something else. A question that, in the dark corner of his mind, he already knew the answer to. Who killed you? Those yellow eyes flared. They landed on Raven.
You know his name.
Her voice went low, a deep, scraping whisper. Rowan. The king's insignia flashed in Raven's mind. His uncle's flag, the unyielding rowan tree. Red scythe card, green eyes, hunters, brutes, family. Raven's bleeding hands shook.
We've waited a long time for Father,
Tilly said, her gaze turning upward, as if she were speaking now to only the yew tree. Her voice grew firm, her fingers curling like talons in her lap.
We will keep waiting until his task is done.
A chill clawed up Raven's neck. He thought of the creature in Elspeth Spindle's body, of yellow eyes and twisting, silken words spoken in the dungeon, a promise to help find the lost Twin Alders card. But Raven knew better. No promise comes without payment. Blunder was a place of magic, barters and bargains. Nothing was free. What does the Shepherd King want? He asked the girl spirit. What is he after?
Balance, she answered, head tilting like a bird of prey. To right terrible wrongs, to free Blunder from the Rowans.
Her yellow eyes narrowed, wicked and absolute.
To collect his due.
Chapter 2. Elm. The prince rode faster than the other two destriers. When he dismounted at the old brick house, Elm Rowan was struck by how still the world seemed when he was not on horseback. It unnerved him. A mourning dove cooed. Elm took off his gloves, dipping his hand into his tunic pocket, the feel of velvet at the edges of his scythe card a familiar comfort. He came to the front door, his gloves stretching at the knuckles as he wrapped his fingers in a fist. The door was aged, traces of lichen sheltering in the crags. The whole north side of the estate was covered in moss and ivy, as if the forest was dragging Hawthorne House deeper into its depths, vines thick as a man's arm wrapping around the chimney. Serpentine. No one was inside the house. The warning had come days ago. Still, Elm pressed his ear to the door and listened. Nothing. No muffled shouts of children, no ring of iron pots from the kitchen, not even a dog barking. The house was still, as if kept that way by the tendrils of greenery reaching in from the mist. The destriers arrived behind him and dropped from their horses. "Sire," Wicker said. Elm opened his eyes and exhaled. He had no mind to command them. But Raven had made himself scarce, and Jesper had remained at Stone to keep an eye on Emery, leaving Elm, petulant to his bones, to do the king's bidding and look for Elspeth Spindle's missing kin. "It's empty," he muttered through his teeth. "Opal Hawthorne is no fool. She and her children would not have come back to this place. Her husband seemed to think they'd be here." The second destrier, Gorse, muttered. Elm twisted the brass handle and pulled Hawthorne House's door open, the rusted hinges shrieking. "Tiernan Hawthorne would say anything to be free of the dungeon." "He's got cards," Wicker said pointedly. "To hear him boast, you'd think old Tiernan had collected the deck himself. And the least we can do is relieve him of his greatest treasures. Search the house." Elm cast an eye over his shoulder to the sky. "Quickly. I'd like to outride those clouds." They took to the library first, emptying shelves, shaking old tomes until the house smelled of leather and dust. "I found a prophet," Gorse hollered through a row of mahogany shelves. Elm drew his finger across the uneven mantel. The stones were cracked, but the mortar held firm. no hidden space to hide a card. He stepped out of the library and started up the stairs. Oval niches held worn-down candles, every stone in the wall housing a shadow. The first room off the stairwell was upturned, clothes and blankets and an odd sock strewn about, 2 narrow beds, 2 wooden swords, the room of Elspeth's young cousins, Elm guessed. The next room was markedly more feminine. Elm lingered at the threshold, drawing cold air into his nose, the scents of wool and lavender. A quilt lay on the bed, the linens unwrinkled, neatly tucked. A small table with chipped green paint held a candle, and next to it, an oval looking-glass. Just below the looking-glass sat a fine-toothed comb. Trapped in the wooden teeth were several strands of long black hair. "There is nothing left of her here," a voice called from behind Elm's shoulder. "Whatever Elspeth took from this place, she carries with her." Elm jumped, his hand dropping to his belt. A ring of steel cut through the hallway and he pivoted, slicing his knife toward the voice. He stopped the blade just before it grazed Ione Hawthorne's throat. She stood before him, clad in white like a bride. Long and flowing, her dress fell to the floor. Her yellow hair caught the hallway draft, and when she stared at Elm, her pink lips pursed, forming a question she did not speak. Her gaze dropped to his knife. "Prince Renelm?" His mind was racing, a rhythmic discord against the heaving of his chest. "What the hell are you doing here?" "It's my home. Why shouldn't I be here?" Elm's jaw seized. He jerked the knife away, slipping it back into place on his belt. "Trees, Hawthorne, I might have killed you." Her voice held a fine point, like the tip of a needle. "I doubt that." Elm dug at his pocket for the familiar comfort of his scythe. He had not used his red card in 4 days, not since that night at Spindle House. After the destriers had been called and Hawth, broken and bloody, carried away, Raven had put Eric Spindle and Tiernan Hawthorne in chains. Jesper had ridden to Hawthorne House to warn Elspeth's aunt, Opal Hawthorne, that the destriers were coming. And Elm had tapped his scythe 3 times and compelled what remained of Elspeth's family to flee. Her stepmother, Nerium, her half-sisters, Naya and Dimia, and her cousin, Ione Hawthorne. They had all vanished into the night, not a trace of them remaining. Until now. Ione stood in front of Elm, looking up at him with sharp hazel eyes. She reminded him of fresh parchment, unblemished, full of promise. The maiden card did that, made its beholder look unbearably new. It struck Elm as odd that she would still use the pink card of beauty here, alone in Hawthorne House, so far from the scrutiny of Stone's court. He leaned closer, his shadow swallowing her whole. "It's not safe for you to be here." Ione's eyes widened, but before she could speak, footsteps sounded behind her. Gorse stopped in his tracks at the top of the stairs, his gaze trained on Ione. "If you're looking for my father, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," she said, eyeing him with disinterest. "I'm alone. My family is elsewhere, without so much as a note." Gorse's brow lowered. He turned to Elm. "Sire!" More steps sounded on the stairwell. Holy shit. Wicker stopped just behind Gorse, his fingers sliding to the hilt of his sword. Ione's lips drew into a firm line. "I seem to be missing something." "Why are you here?" Her gaze darkened. "Is Hawth with you?" "The High Prince is at Stone, clinging to life," Gorse snapped. "Attacked by your cousin, all because your family didn't have the stomach to burn her when they had the chance." Ione glanced at Wicker's hand, which rested in a stranglehold over his hilt. "My cousin," she whispered, drawing the words out. The needle in her voice returned. "What did Hawth do to her?" "Nothing more than she deserved," Gorse replied. Ioni's expressions were few, but her eyes held a tell. Elm might have studied her face more had Wicker not been gripping his sword. "Stay your hand, Destrier," he said. Gorse's hand dropped to his own sword. "The king will want her right away." "Trees." Elm reached into his pocket once more for the scythe. When his fingers snagged velvet, he tapped it. "Ignore her," he commanded the Destriers. "Keep looking for cards." Their hands went slack on their hilts. Gorse and Wicker blinked and looked away, a glassy sheen over their eyes. Elm jerked forward, his hand closing around Ioni's arm. "Not another word," he warned. He wrenched her forward, pushing past the Destriers and hurrying down the stairs. The sound of Ioni's bare feet slapping against stone floors echoed in the empty house. When they reached the parlor, she wrenched her arm free. "What's going on?" Elm's throat caught, his voice rough. "Your cousin Elspeth." No, not Elspeth anymore. He clenched his jaw. "She tore into Hoth at Spindle House. Broke his spine. He's hardly alive. My father is out for blood. His inquest—" His eyes swept over Ione, a chill crawling over him. "I have to bring you to Stone." Ione did not flinch. She hardly even blinked. "So do it." "You don't—" He took a steadying breath. "Clearly, you do not understand." "But I do, Prince. Had you not come and offered yourself as an escort, I would have found my own way to Stone." "I'm not your goddamn escort." Elm bit back. "I'm arresting you." Ione turned to face him, but her expression remained unchanged, utterly blank. She should have been crying, or screaming. It was what most people did when they faced an inquest. But she was just calm. Eerily so. Elm looked her up and down, an acrid taste in his mouth. "You've been using that mating card too long, haven't you? Where is it?" "Why? Would you like to borrow it, Prince?" Ione studied Elm's face. "It might help with those dark circles beneath your eyes." She didn't wait for him to scrape together a reply. She opened the front door, the clamor of rainfall loud on Hawthorne House's thatched roof. Elm's exhale met the cold air, his patience for difficult weather, and difficult women, scant on the simplest of days. "Forget the maiden, then." He pushed past her, her white dress stirring in his wake. "Do you at least have your charm?" Ione pulled a gold chain out from the neckline of her dress. On it was her charm, a horse-tooth, by the looks of it. A token to keep her mind and body safe in the mist. She glanced back at Hawthorne House. "What's become of my family?" "Your father's at Stone along with Eric Spindle. Your mother and brothers are gone, disappeared. Miriam and her daughters, too." He looked away. "Your cousin is chained at the bottom of the dungeon." Ione stepped outside. She plucked a wet leaf from a hawthorn tree and ran it through her fingers. Droplets cascaded down the branch onto the tip of her nose and down the crease of her lips. When she said her cousin's name, it came out a whisper, soft as a child's secret. "Elspeth." She looked up at Elm. She kept so many things hidden, even from me. I'd heard her footsteps in the hall at night, after we'd all gone to sleep. I listened to the songs she hummed. She spoke like she was carrying on a conversation, though she was so often alone. "And her eyes," she murmured, "black." Then, in a flash, yellow as dragon's gold. The lie slipped out of Elm before he could think. I know nothing of that. No. Ione tucked her damp hair behind her ear. I thought you might, seeing as you spent time with her at Castle U after Equinox. You, Jesper, and of course, the captain of the Destriers. 1,000 worries stabbed at Elm. The king knew Elspeth Spindle could see Providence cards. He did not know that was precisely why Raven had recruited her. That Raven and Jesper and Elm, the king's chosen guard, had brought an infected woman into their company to steal Providence cards, to unite the deck, to lift the mist and heal the infection, to save Raven's brother, Emery, to commit treason. Glass cut through his mind, the scythe. He'd forgotten he was still compelling Gorse and Wicker. Elm reached into his tunic, tapped the velvet 3 times, and the pain ceased. Ione watched his hand in his pocket. Thunder rolled. Elm looked up at the sky and shivered. It's going to storm. He led Ione to his horse. It won't be an easy ride. She said nothing. When Elm lifted her onto the horse, she pulled her dress over her knees and swung her leg astride. He climbed up behind her, his jaw flexing when she settled into the saddle, the curve of her backside pressing into him. Her hair smelled sweet. He spurred his horse. Hawthorne House disappeared into the wood, its final resident taken from its threshold in a flurry of rainwater and mud. Ione leaned against his chest, her eyes lost on the road. Elm glanced down at her, wondering if she understood the fate that awaited her at Stone. If she knew this was likely the last time she'd leave her family's home and travel the forest road. If she'd look back. She didn't. Chapter 3. Elspeth. Gold armor glistened and creaked as the man who had dragged me out of the water sat next to me on the black sand. Together, we watched the water roll up to our ankles before passing back down, the tide constant, the measureless flow of waves without variation. Taxis, he finally said, raising his voice above the sound of the waves. Salt water dried on my lips. I licked them, my voice cracking. What? Amori Percival Taxis. He dragged his gauntlets across the sand. That's my name. I blinked, sand in my eyelashes. You are... When he looked my way, his yellow eyes tugged at my lost memory. You'll remember soon enough. He glanced back at the dark horizon. There is little else to do here but remember. My name was Elspeth Spindle, and I knew it only because he, Taxis, called me by it. I tested it out loud. It came out a slithering hiss. Elspeth Spindle. Taxis was gone, though I hadn't seen him leave. I turned my head both ways, searching for him, but he had left no footprints in the sand. I looked out onto the water, ran my hands through sand until my skin was raw. My long hair was stringy with brine. I pulled a strand from my scalp and wrapped it around my finger so tightly my fingertip turned purple. I didn't eat, didn't sleep. Time didn't find me. Nothing did, and the nothingness was cavernous. When Taxis returned, looking down at me like he knew me, my brow twisted. You're wrong. I don't remember who you are. I can't. I looked back out onto the water. I can't remember anything. Shall I tell you this story? What story? Ours, dear one. I sat up straighter. There once was a girl, he said, his voice slick, clever and good, who tarried in shadow in the depths of the wood. There also was a king, a shepherd by his crook, who reigned over magic and wrote the old book. The two were together, so the two were the same, the girl the king, and the monster they became. Chapter 4. Raven. The mirror card's chill no longer lingered on Raven's skin. He was back at Stone, but he was not warm. The cold of the dungeon clawed its way up dark, icy stairs, seeking purchase in his chest. He held 2 skeleton keys in his hand. When he paused at the top of the stairs, peering down, his grip on the keys tightened. He didn't hear his sister approach, but what kind of destrier would she be if he had? Raven. He turned, hiding his startle behind a scowl. Jess? Jesper leaned against the corridor wall, blended well enough into shadow to almost render a mirror card unnecessary. Her gaze lowered to the skeleton keys in Raven's clutch. You'll need another pair of hands to open that door. I was going to find a guard. Something shifted in her brown eyes. I'm capable enough. There was an accusation somewhere in the firm notes of Jesper's voice. Raven ignored it. The king wants to see else. He flinched. He wants to know about the Twin Alders card. In private. Jesper folded her hands in a net. Is that wise? Probably not. The sound of the gong echoed through the castle. Its toll announced early afternoon. Midday, midnight. The hour meant little to Raven. All he knew of time was that he always seemed to be running out of it. Jesper dragged her boot over a wrinkle in the corridor rug. Are you well enough to do this? You've hardly spoken about what happened. About Elspeth. The muscles along Raven's jaw tightened. I'm fine. She shook her head. I can always tell when you're lying. Your eyes get this vacant look. Maybe that's because they are vacant. You'd like everyone to think that, wouldn't you? Jesper approached, pulled the second key from his grip. You can talk to me, you know. I'm always here, Raven. The corner of her lips quirked. I'm always right behind you. They made it to the bottom of the stairs without slipping on ice. In the antechamber, the dungeon door waited. It was twice as wide as Raven's wingspan. Forged of wood from rowan trees and fortified with iron, it took both skeleton keys to unlock. Facing their respective locks on opposite sides of the door, Raven and Jesper slid their keys into place. Raven made sure to turn his back, lest his sister see his trembling fingers. The mechanisms embedded in the stone wall released the latches. Raven pressed his fingers in the holds and pushed the door open just wide enough to slip through, the weight of the ancient wood great. Leave it open, he said, taking both keys. Destriers will be here soon enough to collect Eric Spindle and Tiernan Hawthorne for their inquest. He stepped through the door. Do you want me to come with you? No. Get a chalice card from the armory. Meet me at the king's chamber. Are you sure you're all right to do this? Jesper asked again. Raven had been a liar always, out of necessity. Never a fondness for the craft. It was one of the many masks he wore. And he'd worn it so long that, even when he should take it off, he didn't always know how. He stole into darkness. I'm fine. The air grew thinner the farther north he trod. The dungeon walk sloped, falling deeper into the earth. Raven wrapped his arms in his cloak and kept his eyes forward, afraid if he looked too closely at the empty cells, the ghosts of all the infected children who had died there, might emerge from shadow and claim him. The walk was littered with blackened torches, this part of the dungeon rarely patrolled. Raven continued until he was at the end. The last cell. The monster waited. Flat on the floor, eyes on the ceiling, as if stargazing, what had once been Elspeth Spindle's body lay still. Air plumed out of her, now the Shepherd King's, mouth like dragon smoke. When Raven's footsteps stilled at the foot of the cell, the Shepherd King did not turn to look, the sound of his teeth clicking together the only greeting he tendered. A knot in Raven's throat swelled. Before he could stop himself, his eyes traveled the length of Elspeth's body. What had once been Elspeth's body? "Are you awake?" There was no answer. Raven stepped forward, the cell's iron bars like icicles beneath his hands. "I know you can hear me." Laughter echoed in the dark. The figure in the cell sat up slowly and turned. It took all of Raven not to wince. Elspeth's black eyes were gone. In their place, cat-like irises, vivid and yellow, lit by a man 500 years dead. The Shepherd King did not move but for his eyes. "You're alone, Captain," he said. It was still Elspeth's voice, only now it sounded slick, oily. Wrong. "Is that wise?" Raven stiffened. "Would you hurt me?" His answer was a twisted, jagged smile. "I'd be a liar if I said I hadn't played with the idea." There was no one there to overhear them. Still, Raven pulled his nightmare card from his pocket and tapped it 3 times. Salt burned up his throat into his nose. Closing his eyes, Raven let the salt swallow him, then pushed it outward, entering the Shepherd King's mind. He combed through darkness, searching for any hint of Elspeth. He did not find her. When Raven opened his eyes, the Shepherd King was watching him. A voice, masculine, slippery, poisonous, spoke into his mind. "What do you want, Raven, you?" Raven ran the back of his hand over his mouth, hiding his flinch. He was still looking at Elspeth's body. It was her skin, lips, hands, her tangled hair, long and black, that spilled over her shoulder, her chest that rose with the swell of her lungs. But just like her voice, there was something undeniably wrong about Elspeth's body. Her fingers were rigid, curled like talons, and her posture was twisted, her shoulders too high, her back too curved. "The king wishes to see you," Raven said, "but before I bring you to him, I want 2 things. The Shepherd King unfolded himself from the ground and stood in the center of the cell. Then, too fast, he crept to the front of the cell. "I'm listening." Raven's grip on the bars tightened. "I want the truth. No riddles, no games. Are you truly the Shepherd King?" Yellow eyes roved over his hands, his broken fingernails, dirt still embedded in the dry cracks of Raven's skin. Elspeth's body bent, vulture-like. "They called me that name once. What did she call you?" For a moment, there was nothing. No movement. Not even air turned to steam from the Shepherd King's nostrils. Then, when he seemed to have frosted over entirely, his pale fingers began to trill, as if plucking the strings of an invisible harp. She saw me for what I truly am.
He drew the word out, whispering it into Raven's mind.
Nightmare. And you know where the Twin Alders card is, Nightmare. I do. Will you take me to it?
His voice was near and far.
I will.
How far is the journey? The Nightmare lowered his head and smiled.
Not far. Yet it is farther than you've ever gone before.
Raven slammed his hand on the bars. I said no goddamn games!
You asked for the truth. Truth bends, Raven, you. We must all bend along with it. If we do not, well,
his yellow eyes flared.
Then we will break.
He spoke with his own voice into Raven's mind once more.
Before your lifetime, he said. Before the story of the girl, the king, and the monster, I told an older tale. One of magic, mist, and providence cards, of infection and degeneration.
His smile fell away.
Of barter's made.
I'm familiar with the old Book of Alders.
Good. For you're about to step into it.
Raven drew in a breath, the ice in the air nesting in his lungs.
The Twin Alders is the only card of its kind,
the Nightmare continued.
It gives its user the power to speak to our deity, the spirit of the wood, and it is she who guards it. She will have a price for the last card of the deck. Nothing comes free.
I'm prepared to pay whatever price she asks. Raven pressed against the bars, his voice lowering.
And when I do pay, Nightmare, the Twin Alders card will be mine. Not the king's, not yours. Mine.
Something shifted in those yellow eyes.
What is the second thing you wish of me, Raven, you?
The Nightmare murmured. Even with frost all around them, Raven could smell blood on Elspeth's clothes. He took a step back, but it was too late. A light tremor had begun in his left hand. He knotted it into a fist.
When I bring you to the king's chamber, you are not to harm him. You are not to do anything that might jeopardize me taking you out of stone in search of the Twin Alders card.
Rowan has agreed to my offer, then, to trade my life for young Emery's.
Not fully, which is why you need to be on your best behavior.
The Nightmare laughed. The sound shifted through the dungeon, as if carried on dark wings.
My best behavior.
His fingers curled at his side.
By all means, take me to your Rowan king.
Along the dungeon wall were hooks with varying weapons and restraints. Raven retrieved a pair of iron cuffs fixed to a chain and opened the cell door. The Nightmare held out his wrists. Pale, bruised skin peeked out from beneath tattered sleeves. Raven bit down.
Pull your sleeves so the iron doesn't sit directly on your wrists. I don't want to give Elspeth any more bruises.
She can't feel them now.
Muscles bunching in his jaw, Raven took care not to touch the Nightmare's skin when he locked the cuffs in place. Let's go.
Even with chains, the Nightmare's movements were eerily quiet. It took all of Raven's control not to look over his shoulder. The only reason he was certain the monster was behind him at all was because he could feel him there, wraith-like, as the two of them crept out of Stone's frozen underbelly. They climbed the stairs. Raven shook his hands, the dungeon's icy numbness shifting into prickles along his fingertips. He was still wielding the nightmare card. He used it to call for Elm. His cousin did not answer. But another voice did. "She's dead, you fool," came a familiar, derisive tone from the depths of his mind. "Why cling to hope? Even if you unite the deck and lift the mist and cure the infection, she will not come back. She died in her room at Spindle House 4 nights ago." A low, rumbling laugh. "All because you were 10 minutes late back from your patrol." Raven ripped the burgundy card out of his pocket and tapped it 3 times, quelling the magic. His pulse roared in his ears. It hadn't been the nightmare's voice, but another, one that mocked him, uttering his worst fears every time he used the nightmare card too long. His own. The clicking sound of teeth ricocheted off stone walls. "There was no need for your nightmare card, Raven you. I am the only one for 100 cells." He paused. "Unless you were hoping to hear another voice when you reached into my mind." Raven stopped in his tracks. "Were you there?" he said, keeping his eyes forward, forcing ice into his thinning voice. "When Elspeth and I were alone together." "What's the matter, highwayman? All your rosy memories beginning to rot?" Raven turned, pushed the nightmare against the wall, his hand closing around the monster's pale throat. But it felt too much like her throat. It was her throat. He ripped his hand back. Everything was a lie. He hadn't let himself think it until now. And now that he was thinking it, he'd taken knife wounds that hurt less. Every look, every word. You lived 11 years in Elspeth's mind. There's no knowing where she ended and you began. A smile snaked across the nightmare's mouth. No knowing at all. Raven was going to be sick. If it's any consolation, her admiration for you was entirely one-sided. I find your stony facade excruciatingly tedious. Eyes closed, Raven turned away. And yet you were there, when we were together. There was a long pause. Then, quieter than before, the nightmare spoke. There is a place in the darkness she and I share. Think of it as a secluded shore along dark waters, a place I forged to hide things I'd rather forget. I went there from time to time in our 11 years together, to give Elspeth reprieve. And, most recently, he added, tapping his fingernails on the wall, to spare myself the particulars of her rather incomprehensible attachment to you. Raven opened his eyes. This place exists in your mind? Silence. Then, for 500 years, I fractured in the dark. A man, slowly twisting into something terrible. I saw no sun, no moon. All I could do was remember the terrible things that had happened. So I forged a place to put away the king who once lived, all his pain, all his memories. A place of rest. Raven turned. When his eyes caught the nightmare's yellow gaze, he knew. That's where she is. It's why I can't hear her with the nightmare card. You have Elspeth hidden away. His throat burned. Alone in the dark. The nightmare cocked his head. I am not a dragon hoarding gold. The moment Elspeth touched that nightmare card and I slipped into her mind, her days were marked. I was her degeneration. No, Raven wouldn't accept it.
Tell me how to reach her." "Why would I, when it is such a delight watching you unravel?" Raven's hand fell to his belt and the ivory hilt upon it. "You will. When we leave this wretched castle, you will tell me how to reach Elspeth." The nightmare's smile was a thinly veiled threat. "I know what I know. My secrets are deep, but long have I kept them, and long will they keep." King Rowan was not in his chamber. Raven swore under his breath. "Wait here," he told the nightmare. He left the monster, shackled and blood-stained, standing in the center of the king's pelted rugs, and headed down the royal corridor to Hoth's room. When he stepped inside, it took all his restraint and sheer luck for the meagerness of his lunch that he didn't vomit for the smell. The High Prince's room was overwarm, amplifying the putrid odors of blood and sickly body odor. Philip Willow stood in a line of 3 other physicians at Hoth's bedside. The king was there, too, standing next to Jesper near the hearth. He was drunk. He'd been drunk at Hoth's bedside for 3 days now, tapping and untapping his own nightmare card, trying to reach his son's mind. But wherever Hoth lingered, if he lingered at all, the king could not reach him. Nor could a scythe command life into his unseeing green eyes. The skin that peeked out from bandages and blankets was cut and scabbed, and beneath the bandages, Hoth had been destroyed, in a way Raven had not seen in 26 years of life. Not even wolves tore their meat like that. Animals rarely killed for sport, and this, what had been done to Hoth, ripping and breaking and sloughing, went beyond sport. It suddenly felt a terrible idea, bringing the king to face the monster who had broken his son. Jesper caught Raven's gaze. Her jaw tensed, and she spoke into their uncle's ear. It took the king a moment to focus. When his eyes finally honed in on Raven, they were dark under a furrowed brow. "Well?" he barked when they were in the corridor. "Is she here?" Raven drew in a breath of fresh air. "In your chamber, sire." The king's crude fist curled around the glass neck of a decanter. "A chalice?" "I have one here," Jesper said, a sea-green Providence card in her hand. "Let's see the bitch try to lie about the twin alders now." When the king wrenched his chamber door open, the nightmare was perched like a gargoyle in an ornate high-backed chair. They stared at one another, 2 kings with murder behind their eyes, Rowan green, nightmare yellow, and 500 years of imbalance between them. The nightmare opened his claw-like hand in greeting. In the other, he held a silver goblet already filled with wine. "Well then," he said, "let the inquest begin." Jesper eyed the shackles around his wrist skeptically. She exhaled, then tapped the chalice card 3 times. King Rowan kept the distance between him and the nightmare's chair wide enough a carriage could drive through. He might have been drunk, but he wasn't stupid. He'd seen in horrid detail exactly what this monster was capable of doing when provoked. "Tell me, Elspeth Spindle, how is it you know where the Twin Alders card is hidden?" The nightmare twisted a finger in the ends of Elspeth's black hair. Raven watched, scorched by memory. He'd had his own hands in that hair, run his fingers through it, sighed into it. He jerked his eyes to the wall. "Simple," the nightmare murmured. "I was there when the card disappeared." The king's gaze ripped to the chalice in Jesper's hands, then back to the nightmare, as if he could not decide which, his eyes or his ears, to distrust more. That's impossible.
The nightmare merely grinned.
Is it? Magic is a strange, fickle thing. So it is magic that gives you this...
The king's tongue tripped over his words.
Old knowledge of the twin alders.
The corners of the nightmare's mouth tipped.
You could say that.
Where exactly is the card hidden? Jesper cut in, shoulders bunching. The nightmare gave her an indifferent glance.
Deep within a wood with no road. But to those who smell the salt,
a flash of teeth.
It beckons.
The king regained himself with a deep, unsteady breath. His gaze flickered to Raven.
Was my nephew aware of your infection?
Raven went cold, 1,000 alarm bells ringing in his ears. The nightmare's oily timbre cut through them.
Your captain is not the all-seeing bird you imagine him to be. He knew nothing of my magic until it was too late.
It was the truth, only slightly twisted. A furrow broke the stone mask of Raven's expression. The nightmare noticed it and smiled, as if he knew what Raven had only just realized. Providence cards did not affect the Shepherd King. It was written in the old Book of Alders.
For our price it was final, our bartering done. I created 12 cards, but I could not use one.
But they did affect Elspeth. Hoth had used a chalice against her. Raven had spoken into her mind with the nightmare card. And the monster in front of him was both Elspeth and the Shepherd King. The nightmare could succumb to the cards, and also void their magic. It was not so different from Raven's own magic. He, who could use only the mirror, the nightmare, and presumably the Twin Alders Providence cards. The other 9 cards he could not use, but neither could they be used against him. He could deny the scythe's compulsion, lie against the chalice, just as the nightmare was doing now.
Who knew of your infection?
The king snapped when the silence drew out too long.
My magic was always a secret, even from your father.
The nightmare rolled his jaw.
That is a question for him. I do not own anything that Eric Spindle, with his callous indifference, has ever done. Can you truly see Providence cards with your magic?
I can.
And you will use it to find the final card for me?
The nightmare's expression remained unreadable.
I will. So long as you honor your side of our bargain, Rowan. Have you released Emery Yu to his parents?
The king's hands knotted at his sides.
Tell me where the Twin Alders is, and I will release him tonight.
The nightmare perked a brow.
Very well.
He drew air into his nose.
Listen closely. The journey to the 12th card will 3 barters take. The first comes at water, a dark mirrored lake. The second begins at the neck of a wood, where you cannot turn back, though truly you should.
The nightmare's gaze shifted to Raven. His words came out sharp, as if to draw blood.
The last barter waits in a place with no time, a place of great sorrow and bloodshed and crime. No sword there can save you, no mask hide your face. You'll return with the Twin Alders, but you'll never leave that place.
Chapter 5. Elm. The forest road was dark, the wood swollen with water. When lightning cracked the sky, Elm pulled his hood over his head and narrowed his eyes against the sting of rainfall.
Ione had not donned a cloak or shoes. Her feet and ankles peeked out from beneath her white dress, the fine fabric speckled by mud. She must have been cold, but she didn't complain. Her voice vibrated through her back, a delicate hum against Elm's chest. He couldn't make out her words over the noise of his horse. What? Is she all right? Ione asked, louder this time. Elspeth. Even saying Elspeth Spindle was alive felt less than true. I don't know. Elm gritted his teeth. Does it bother you that she tore your betrothed limb from limb? Ione kept her eyes ahead. As much as it bothers you, I imagine. Hoth. Blood on the floor, blood on his clothes, blood all over his face. Yes, it bothered Elm. For all the wrong reasons. Count yourself lucky you didn't have to see what was left of him when she was through. They came to the crossroads, the forest road diverging. Elm veered the horse east, to the place he hated most in the world. Stone. When does the inquest begin? Ione asked. Anxious for the chalice, are we? I'm not afraid of the truth. Elm bent, putting his mouth near her ear. You should be. Yes. I imagine I should. He glanced down. He hadn't spoken much to Ione Hawthorne. Most of what he knew about her, Elm had gathered in glances, many of which had been stolen. Her face had always been easy to read, even from across the great hall at Stone. Her expressions were genuine, her smiles so unrestrained that Elm had almost felt sorry for her. That kind of naked authenticity had no place in the king's court. He'd always thought she was beautiful, but the maiden, that useless pink card, had curated her beauty until it reached unearthly perfection. Her hair and skin were without blemish. The gap in her front teeth was gone. Her nose was smaller. The maiden hadn't made her taller, hadn't, thank the bloody trees, diminished any of her remarkable curves. But she was different than the yellow-haired maiden he'd watched smile at Stone. More controlled. Colder. His eyes raked over her. Had Elm not noticed the dip in her throat, the swell of her breasts as she breathed, the shape of her thighs beneath her dress, he might have kept his eyes on the road. Had he kept his eyes to the road, he might have seen the highwaymen. They wore cloaks and masks and stood in a line, blocking the road. Elm yanked the reins, pulling his horse to a stop. The animal whickered, then reared. Ione slammed into Elm's chest, and he put an arm around her waist, holding her firmly against him. The first highwayman bore a rapier and several knives on his aged leather belt. The next held a short bow, the arrow aimed at Ione's head. The third, taller and broader than the other two, carried a sword. Hands in the air, Prince Renelm, called the man with the short bow. Reach for your scythe, and I'll shoot you both. Elm's nostrils flared. Slowly, he slid his arm off Ione and raised his hands into the air. Bold of you, he said, appraising them. 3 is a small number to take on a prince and a party of destriers. I see no party. The highwayman with the sword kept one hand on his hilt and stepped to Elm's horse, taking the animal firmly by the bridle. You look alone to me, Prince. Elm said a silent curse for leaving Gorse and Wicker behind at Hawthorne House. Ione was silent, her spine pressed firmly against his chest. Elm tried to lean back, afraid she'd feel the pounding of his heart, but there was nowhere to go. Smooth as a snake, Ione's hand glided behind her, prying along the hem of his tunic near his belt. Elm froze. Ione tugged at the fabric, searching, icy fingers grazing over his lower abdomen near the pocket along his hip, the pocket where he kept his scythe. "Don't you dare, Hawthorne," he said into her hair. The threat in his voice did nothing. In one smooth maneuver, Ione's fingers were in his pocket, grasping his card. Elm kept his eyes on the highwayman, and his hands in the air. His thoughts scrambled, an unwelcome vulnerability twisting in his stomach. He didn't want Ione Hawthorne to touch his scythe. He didn't want anyone to touch his scythe. The highwayman stalked forward. "He's not entirely alone," the highwayman with the knives corrected, stepping closer. He let go of the hilt of his rapier and reached for Ione's leg, his hands rough as he pushed the hem of her dress up. "Not with this exceptional creature." He ran a finger down Ione's bare calf, his muddy glove leaving a mark upon her. "Trees, your skin is cold." Ione's entire body went still, her leg tensing under the highwayman's touch. Elm's voice came from the back of his throat. "Get your fucking hand off of her." "Then give us what we want, Prince." "Which is?" "Your cards," said the man with the sword. He was looking at Ione's leg. "Give us your scythe and black horse. If you throw in the maiden card, and the woman attached to it, we'll let you keep the horse." Rage burned in Elm's mouth like bile, fingers curling to fists in the air. "Keep those hands up, Prince," said the highwayman with the short bow. "Move, and I'll send this arrow into the woman's heart." Ione's voice seeped out of her mouth. "So kill me, if you can." Her hazel eyes lifted to the highwayman with the bow. She drew in a breath, then tapped the scythe 3 times behind her back. "Let loose your arrow." The highwayman looked as if he'd swallowed his tongue. His bow jerked, the tip of the arrow shifting directions. With a strangled cough, he shut his eyes and released his arrow. Elm slammed Ione forward, flattening her against the horse, but no arrow whizzed overhead. He heard a sickening sound and looked up, face to face with the highwayman touching Ione's leg. The tip of the arrowhead, crimson red, protruded from the man's throat. The highwayman choked, blood spilling out of his mouth and neck. His fingers grasped for purchase as he dropped to the ground. He caught Ione's dress, yanking her and Elm off the horse. Elm hit the muddy road, his arms caged around Ione. She coughed, his scythe locked in her fist, her entire body seizing as she tried to wrench herself free from the highwayman with the arrow in his throat. Elm pushed to his feet and kicked the bastard away, and then he was running, closing the distance between himself and the second highwayman, the one with the sword. Elm wore no sword to match. Reluctant destrier that he was, he'd left it at stone. His only blades were 2 throwing knives he kept on his belt, mostly for show. The first knife missed. The second nicked the highwayman along his inner thigh. Elm reached into his pocket. The scythe was gone, but he carried another card. A brutish one he almost never used, inherited when he took up the destrier cloak. The black horse. Elm tapped it 3 times, harnessing an old weapon he always kept with him. He may have been less powerful without Raven and Jesper, but he had enough rage for the 3 of them. He dodged an arrow as it sang through the air, then the swipe of the sword. He closed the distance between himself and the highwayman, denying the blade its leverage, and sent his fist across the man's face. He struck again and again, his knuckles colliding with the highwayman's cheeks and nose and jaw. The world around Elm crumbled, and suddenly he wasn't hitting a stranger in a mask anymore, but his own brother, his father, even Raven. The highwayman fell backward onto the road and did not stir. Elm stood above him, his hands screaming out in pain. He turned to look for Ione, and came face to face with the short bow. "Acquiesce," the highwayman said, his arrow aimed at Elm's chest. "I don't want to kill you. Just give me the scythe." He trembled. "And I will let you go." Elm raised his hands once more, only this time they were covered in blood. "Would that I could, but I don't have it." Whatever boldness the highwayman possessed, it was hanging by a thread. His eyes were wild, his breath as panicked as a trapped animal's. "Yes, you do. You made me shoot him. You forced me." Elm had little talent for soothing. Still, he lowered his voice, forcing his fury back down his throat. "Put the bow down," he said. "There is no escape if you injure me. My family will hunt you. And when they find you—" He looked into the highwayman's eyes. "Get away while you can." But the highwayman did not answer. He dropped the short bow to the ground, holding only its arrow. Without blinking, he pressed the tip of the arrowhead into the soft skin below his palate. His eyes were so empty he might as well have already been dead. Ione came out from behind Elm's horse, her bare feet silent as they trod across the muddy road. She did not look like a bride any longer. Her white dress was stained with blood and soil. Pink lips pressed into a thin line, Elm's scythe flipping between her fingers. Her hazel eyes narrowed on the highwayman. "Go on, then," she said without feeling. A chill crawled up Elm's back. He whirled on the highwayman. "Wait," he said. "Don't!" The highwayman shoved the tip of the arrow into the flesh below his jaw. He made a terrible strangled sound and collapsed, his black mask absorbing, then letting his life's blood onto the forest road. The salt was strong in the mist, as if the spirit of the wood, smelling blood, had come to watch the mayhem on the forest road. Elm checked that his horsehair charm was tight around his wrist and dragged the bodies into shrubbery. 2 of the highwaymen were dead. The third, the one he'd beaten with his bare fists, was unconscious. Elm searched their pockets, removed their masks. He did not recognize them. But he hated them. Their arrogance. They'd wasted their lives for Providence cards. He stepped back onto the road and released himself from the black horse, returning it to the fold of his pocket. "Are you harmed?" Ione stood next to his horse, her head downturned as she flipped something in her hand. His scythe card. "Hawthorne!" Elm called above the rainfall. He came closer, careful not to step in blood. "I've never held a scythe before," she said, twisting the card between lithe fingers. "Hoth never let me touch his." "It's not a card to toy with. The pain is excruciating if you use it too long. Hand it back before you get hurt." Ione retreated a step. "Yet you take me to the king, who would surely see me injured, though I knew nothing of Elspeth's magic." A twitch lifted the corner of her mouth. "Or had any hand in Hoth's unfortunate circumstances." "Your fate is not of my making." Elm took a rattling breath and wiped his bloody fingers on his tunic, the dark fabric quick to absorb the stain. "Give me the scythe." Ione held the red card out, but as soon as Elm reached for it, she pulled it behind her back. "What will you give me for it?" Elm glowered. He knew nothing of the maiden's negative effects firsthand. What he did know he took from the old Book of Alders, which stated that anyone who used the pink card too long would suffer cold-heartedness. He imagined callousness, disinterest, even disdain. But as he traced Ione Hawthorne's face, he saw none of those things in her expression. He saw nothing at all. Her features were too well guarded. It worried him, not being able to read her, a woman who had sent an arrow into a man's neck without a second glance. Elm spat into a broom shrub, phlegm and blood. "It's my card. I don't owe you anything." "I saved your life." "I would have managed without your help." He gestured to the puddles of blood on the road. "All you did was make a mess." "I could have let him shoot you. I might have fled with the scythe, but I didn't." "Out of the goodness of your heart." Elm took another step forward. "If only you had any." "I saved your life," Ione said again, sharper this time. "Everything has a cost." Elm was so close to her, his body blotted out the rain. He could feel her breath on his face. "Give me the scythe. Now." "Don't come any closer. In fact, don't move at all." The smell of salt stung Elm's eyes. Before he could reach out, twist Ione's arm and rip his card out of her grasp, he felt his muscles strain. Sweat dampened his palms, then the back of his neck. He tried to reach forward, but he couldn't move. He was frozen, rooted to the ground. "Hawthorne," he warned, his jaws straining. "Stop." "Payment first." Heat crept up Elm's neck. His muscles, his joints and bones, did not heed his command, no matter how ardently he told them to move. Such was the scythe's power. Ione could make him jump on one leg until his ankles snapped. She could make him throw his charm to the ground and run unbidden through the mist. She could even make him take the knife off his belt and plunge it into his own heart. An old panic buried deep within Elm stirred. It had been a long time since someone had used a scythe on him. "What do you want?" Ione's eyes trailed his body. "Your word," she said. "Your honor." "To what end?" "You must convince the king to give me free reign of the castle." "That might not be possible." Ione ran the edge of the scythe across her bottom lip. "They say you're the clever prince. I'm sure you'll think of something." Elm still could not move. The panic was rising in his chest, wrapping itself around his lungs. If he wasn't free of the red card soon, he was going to scream until his throat ripped open. "Trees, fine. Whatever you want. Just give me the goddamn scythe." Ione tapped his card 3 times, releasing him. She slid her hand from behind her back and held it out. A single drop of blood fell from her nostril. Elm ripped the scythe from her hand. "Never," he seethed, bending until their faces were even. "Do that again." The blood beneath Ione's nose grew thin, diluted by rainwater. "Neither you nor your red card mean a thing to me, Prince. I only want balance. I saved your life." Her hazel eyes burned into his. "Now it's your turn to save mine." Chapter 6. Elspeth. I remembered irises in a parlor. A tree with red leaves growing in a courtyard beneath the shadow of a narrow, towering house. A wood. Wild yellow hair. Laughter in a garden. Hands with crepe wrinkles working a mortar and pestle. A library. A touch of velvet. White robes. Blood on the flagstone. Claw marks in the dirt. A voice spun of silk in the walls of my head. "Get up, Elspeth." I clutched my throat, digging into my own mind for the voice. It was not there. I felt its absence, the darkness of my thoughts hollowed out like an unfilled grave. Nightmare? Taxes stood above me. I didn't know how long he'd been there, watching me. You are remembering, he said slowly. I will leave you now. You will be safe here. I cast my gaze to the dark water, the endless, listless shore. Where is here? A place to rest, to recover. I don't want to rest, I whispered. I want you to let me out. His yellow eyes softened. Soon, my dear. He walked away, leaving no footprints. I watched him go until the gold of his armor disappeared into darkness, then stood on shaky legs and tried to follow. Taxus, wait! But he was gone. In his absence, I tried to piece the shattered mirror of my memories back together. I remembered impressions, colors and smells and sounds. The names were harder to recount, like working an atrophied muscle. Strained, they came. Opal, Naya, Dimia, Eric, Tiern, Aunt, half-sisters, father, uncle. Then, on a day or a night without marker, I remembered a walk through the wood. A name day. An old rhyme. Yellow girl, soft and clean. Yellow girl plain, unseen. Yellow girl overlooked. Yellow girl won't be queen. Ione. I'd joined my cousin Ione in town, followed her to my father's house, left early, and met two highwaymen on the forest road. Chapter 7. Elm. Stone stood steadfast against the storm. It jutted out of the mist, its towers orange with torchlight. By the time they reached the drawbridge, Elm was soaked through his jerkin. Thunder rumbled above charcoal clouds, nightfall close on their heels. When the guard raised the gates, Elm steered his horse to the west side of the bailey. Two grooms hurried forward, their gazes wide when they spotted Ione. Elm dismounted and turned into the bailey. He walked 10 paces before he realized Ione was still in the saddle. Her yellow hair was dark with water, clinging to her in long, heavy cords. Tremors traveled up her legs and into her spine, racking her entire frame. Her lips had gone blue, and her dress, stained with blood and soil, clung to her skin. She looked like a storybook mermaid, washed ashore after a storm. Trees, Elm muttered. He reached up a hand to help Ione off the horse, but her body was rigid, and he was forced to wrap an arm around her waist and lift her off the animal. When she leaned onto his shoulder, her breath blew like winter wind across his neck. Next time we ride, he gritted, setting her on bare feet, wear a damn cloak. She looked up at him through wet lashes. I did out. There will be a next time, Prince. When they got to Stone's fortified doors, the guards opened them without question. Elm stomped into the castle, dripping rainwater along wool carpets and stone floors. Behind him, he could hear Ione's teeth chattering, nagging at his last raw nerve. He jerked his head toward the grand stairwell. 5 minutes to get you warm, Hawthorne. He glanced at her bare feet. Unless you'd like to lose your toes in the dungeon. They only managed 10 steps up the stairs before a voice called from the landing above. Renelm! Elm swore under his breath and looked up. Tried to smile at the destrier. Linden, getting better every day, aren't you? If Hoth was capable of genuine connection, Royce Linden was the closest thing he boasted to a friend. They carried themselves with the same menacing gusto, two bulls on the brink of a charge. Brown eyes shadowed under a crude brow. Linden wore the destrier cloak like a threat. But the cloak did nothing to hide his barely healed scars. Scars Elspeth Spindle had unwittingly carved into him weeks ago on market day. Elm's eyes traced the jagged lesions that stretched from behind Linden's ear to the hollow of his throat. "You'll never be a looker," he said. "But that wasn't exactly in the cards, now was it?" Linden's mouth stayed a tight line. He stopped at the stair just above Elm, leveling their heights. "You've not come to see your brother." Elm dropped his smile. It was exhausting, playing nice. "I've been busy." Linden peered over his shoulder at Ione. "So we finally caught one of the bitch's kin." His eyes narrowed. "Shouldn't she be on her way to the dungeon?" Elm shifted, blocking Ione and her bloody dress from Linden's view. He reached back and caught her arm. "Soon enough." He took the stairs two at a time, pulling Ione behind him. "Give Hoth our best, should he stir." The sting of Linden's gaze followed them up the stairwell. "That was stupid," Ione said. "You should just take me to the dungeon. He'll think—" "Royce Linden is the least of your worries." On the fifth landing, Elm led them across the gallery to the velvet-draped wing where the royal family lived. Every few moments he would stop and listen, waiting for the deep timbre of Raven's voice to enter his mind. But the only sounds that reached Elm were the sharp flurry of his own thoughts and the ruckus of Ione's chattering teeth. If Raven was in the castle, if he was using his nightmare card, Elm was left out of the conversation. "Hurry," he said, throwing himself at the door with the fox carved into the mahogany frame. His swollen fingers were clumsy at the latch. When the door swung open, he ushered Ione in with a shove. "What?" "Quiet." He closed the door abruptly. "This hall is crawling with physicians." Ione rushed to the hearth, the fire well tended. A small moan escaped her throat as she hunched next to the flames, firelight dancing over her skin. She reached her hands as close to the heat as she dared. "Is he going to live?" she said. "Your brother?" Elm couldn't lock the door. Raven kept the castle keys on his belt, and Elm had lost his personal key ages ago. He pulled the hickory chair that had been in his room since boyhood and leaned it up against the door, its legs creaking a feeble complaint. "I haven't consulted a prophet on the matter," he said, fumbling with his clothes. His belt fell with a clang. Next off was his soaking cloak. His jerkin and tunic were harder to strip, but not as difficult as his undershirt, wet silk clinging to the lean lines of his stomach and back. When he was free, he wore only his wool pants. He dropped his wet clothes in a heap on the floor and kicked off his boots, grabbing a flagon of wine from the table. "Here," he said, crouching next to Ione at the fire. "It'll help with the cold. Drink." Ione's gaze flashed across Elm's skin, over his shoulders and down his chest, finally landing on the flagon. Her blue lips drew into a line. "Do you see any poison up my sleeve?" Elm demanded, gesturing at his bareness. "It's just wine." When Ione still did not drink, Elm brought the flagon to his lips and swallowed deeply. The wine slid down his throat, planting small fires on its way to his stomach. "See? Still breathing." He held the flagon out once more. "Now drink." Ione took it, lifting it to her lips. Elm noted the slope of her neck, the way her bottom lip hugged the flagon's mouth. He turned away and tossed another log on the fire. Toes inching out from beneath her dress toward the flames, Ione said, "Something tells me it wouldn't be too great a hardship poisoning me if you wanted to. You seem the type who would resort to poisons."
Elm snatched the flagon back and took another pull.
"You don't know a thing about me, Hawthorne."
Ione unfolded herself and stood, her gaze lowered to her dress, the once white fabric dark and stained. She reached behind her back, fumbling with the lacings. "I need your help, Prince. The knots have tightened with rainwater."
"And you mistook me for your maid?"
"Don't tell me you're uncomfortable undressing a woman." Elm's insides yanked. He didn't move, glaring into Ione Hawthorne's unreadable eyes, unsure if it would anger her more if he helped or refused her. He wanted very much to make her angry, wanted to see what the maiden would let her feel. When he stood to full height, he buried her in shadow. Ione's eyes flickered over his bare chest. She turned, presenting the back of the dress, her shoulders rising and falling as she waited. The lacing was intricate, and Elm's fingers were swollen and bruised. A blade would have to do. He retrieved one of his ceremonial knives from the heap on the floor, then came behind Ione. When he slipped his left hand beneath her wet hair, his knuckles dragged across the nape of her neck. It was surprisingly heavy, her hair, dense, long enough to wrap around his fist and tug. Elm pushed the thought away, moving the mass of yellow gold hair over Ione's shoulder. With his right hand, he gripped the knife. "Don't move." He tore the dip of the blade through the dress's lacing. When the skirt, then bodice, fell to the floor, Elm bit the inside of his cheek. "I hope it wasn't a favorite." Ione stepped away. "Your father gave it to me on equinox, after my engagement to Hoth was announced." She glanced at the dress with marked disinterest. "Now it's for the fire." The hearth was the only light in the room. Still, it was not difficult to distinguish the outline of Ione's body, all her curves, her starts and stops, beneath her damp silk undergarment. Elm forced his eyes back to the fire. "And the maiden card my father gave you? I assumed you had it tucked away in that," he said, turning his nose at the ruined pile of fabric. Ione twisted her hair, wringing out the last of the rainwater. "You might have searched me for it." "Hoth would have." Elm's mouth pressed into a hard line at his brother's name. "Our methodologies are dissimilar, his and mine." He stole a glance at Ione, only to whip his eyes back to the hearth. "There's a chest at the foot of my bed. Take anything you like." The iron hinges creaked. Ione shuffled through his clothes, pausing every so often to run her hands over the material. "You wear a lot of black," she murmured. "For a prince." Elm said nothing. When he turned, Ione had pulled a dark wool tunic over her head. It fell past her knees, her frame lost under the excess fabric. It was one of the garments he wore when he moonlit as a highwayman. "Here," Ione said, tossing a fresh shirt and a velvet doublet of the same bottomless black color at Elm. "It suits you." Hair tousling, Elm slid the shirt over his head, dropping the scythe in a side pocket. He shrugged on the doublet, but when he tried to tighten the lacing, the corded silk slipped through his swollen fingers. He swore under his breath. "My turn." Ione stepped forward, reached for the laces, then pulled her hands back. "That is, if you'd like my help." Elm glared down his nose. "And to think, I didn't even have to kill anyone for you to owe me a favor." The corners of Ione's lips twitched. She wove her fingers through the laces, threading the doublet with precision. Once woven into place, she took the tails of the strings and yanked, jerking Elm forward as she closed the doublet's seam. "Gently does it," he grunted. "I'm delicate." Ione's eyelashes grazed her cheeks as she lowered her eyes,
looping the remaining string into a tight knot just above Elm's navel. She smelled of outside, of rain and fields, a heady, wistful smell. It made Elm feel hazy. He pulled away. As he did, salt bit his nose, as if someone had splashed icy seawater in his face. It filled his ears, his eyes, his nostrils. He coughed, the sound of his cousin's voice filling the dark corners of his mind.
"Elm,"
Raven called.
"Where are you?"
He took a shaky breath and turned his back to Ione.
"Me? What about you? You've been gone an age. I had bloody destrier duty without you."
"I'll explain everything. Are you in your room?"
"Yes, but... Wait, Raven,
He was already gone. Salt retreated from Elm's senses like an ebbing wave. When he turned back to Ione, she was watching him. He lunged for the chest of clothes, digging through it. "Take these," he said, throwing a pair of wool socks toward her head. "It's cold where you're going." Ione caught them just before they hit her face. She held them up to the light, brow furrowing. "These are sized for a man." "Which I happen to be." Elm found a pair of dry boots under his bed and shoved his foot into one, the leather stiff from disuse. "When I said you didn't know a thing about me, Hawthorne, I assumed there was some level of comprehension." "I'm surprised, is all. There are no garments for women in your room." "Why on earth would there be?" "I saw several pairs of stockings tossed around Hoth's chamber when I visited it." Ione closed the lid to the chest and perched upon it, pointing her toes as she slid the socks on one at a time. "I assumed all princes kept women." Elm glowered at his boots, his swollen fingers too clumsy to lace them. "Would that I had the time." He stood, searching his messy floor. "You'll need a cloak." "I'm fine as I am." "You'll lose your toes, then your fingers. Maybe the tip of your nose. Or that wicked mouth." "What's my mouth to you?" "Nothing." Elm's exhale shot out of him, disturbing the hair above his brow. "But it might be difficult holding up my end of our bargain if you're in pieces." Ione didn't seem to hear him. She turned her head, her back straightening, eyes on the door. Elm heard it too, the sound of heavy footfall. But before he could speak, before he could move, the latch lifted. The hickory chair fell with a bang, and Elm's chamber doors swung open. When Raven stepped into the room, shoulders tight, his gaze froze on Ione. He took her in with sharp eyes that jumped from her wet hair to the black tunic she wore, then to the heap of her blood-stained dress upon the floor. "Ione Hawthorne," he said, his gaze finally moving to Elm. "I'm surprised to find you here." Chapter 8. Raven. Raven's words tasted like ash in his mouth. He stared at Ione Hawthorne and she stared back, her hazel eyes masked by indifference. The knot in Raven's chest tightened. Elspeth's cousin. Her favorite cousin. Ione was meant to be far away from Stone. And now that she was here, she would surely die. He didn't know where to look. Ione Hawthorne, hair soaked, eyes cold, wearing one of Elm's tunics, or his cousin, who looked half drowned. "She was at Hawthorne House," Elm said, already defensive. "Gorse and Wicker saw her. They'll be here soon. I had no choice but to bring her." Raven's attention returned to the dress on the floor. Even in the dimly lit room, the bloodstains were unmistakable. His eyes flew back to Elm, then his right hand, the knuckles swollen and dark with bruises. "What happened?" "Highwaymen attacked us on the forest road. 3 of them." When Ione spoke, her tone was hollow, fringing on bored. "Rest easy, Captain. The bloodstains aren't ours." Raven kept his gaze on Elm. "You're all right, then?" His cousin's face was drawn.
Never better. Where the hell have you been?
At Castle U.
Why?
Digging under a particular stone. Elm stiffened.
And?
It's true. All of it.
Ione was perfectly still, listening. For a reason he didn't fully understand, Raven wanted to shout at her.
The king has begun his inquest. He's just seen...
His throat closed on the name.
The prisoner. Now he'll have the others.
Elm's cheeks went bloodless.
Captain,
a voice called from the open doorway. Royce Linden was a shadow in the hall, the light from Elm's hearth reaching only the edge of his brow bone and nose.
The king has requested I wield the chalice at his inquest.
Elm crossed his arms over his chest.
That's Jesper's job. She's gone to the dungeon to put the bitch back in her cell.
Raven bit down. Hard. Linden shifted under his gaze, eyes dropping to his boots.
I saw the prince and Miss Hawthorne arrive some moments ago and volunteered to summon them. I did not know you had already come to do so, Captain.
Elm's voice went low.
Did the king summon Miss Hawthorne specifically? Or were you just feeling terribly eager?
Linden opened his mouth, but Raven cut him off.
She's the kin of an infected.
He pushed ice into his voice.
Miss Hawthorne will submit to the chalice, same as her father and uncle.
He could feel Elm's gaze burning into his back. Raven ignored it. Elm wasn't the only one who got to be angry. Ione Hawthorne was supposed to be gone, disappeared into the night alongside her mother and brothers and cousins. But Raven was out of options. If he was going to convince the king to keep trusting him, despite his flagrant attachment to Elspeth Spindle, he needed to be beyond reproach. He would have to wear the mask of the captain of the Destriers, the cold, unfeeling leader of Blunder's ruthless soldiers, just a little while longer.
Lead the way,
Raven said to Linden.
No one spoke. Stone's tall, shadowy corridors echoing with their footfall.
The torches were lit, illuminating ancient tapestries that lined the castle walls. Linden took the lead. Ione followed behind him, her steps silent beneath her wool socks. Raven wondered where her shoes had gone. Elm walked beside him. When Raven tapped the nightmare card once more and called his cousin's name, Elm jumped.
What?
He snapped.
Why didn't Ione Hawthorne disappear with the others?
I don't know.
Elm kept his gaze forward.
She must not have been in Spindle House when I compelled the others to flee.
Then why not use your scythe on her today?
I couldn't with Gorse and Wicker there, could I?
Raven's left knee popped as they took the stairwell.
What happened on the road?
I told you. Highwaymen.
Raven was 4 years older than his cousin, but the difference had always felt slight. Mostly because Elm had been taller than Raven since he'd turned 17. Like the fox carved above his chamber door, Elm was cunning and slow to trust. With only a few glances, he could map body language, hear the shift of breath just before a lie, sense a person's energy without having to speak to them. But Raven had ignored his cousin's talents, his warnings. Elm had all but begged him to keep his guard up against Elspeth Spindle. Raven hadn't listened. If he had, he might have sensed what Elm had all along hidden behind 2 charcoal eyes that flashed yellow. Danger. Perhaps, had Raven heeded Elm's warnings, they might not be on their way to an inquest. Hoth might never have had the chance to get Elspeth alone. And the Shepherd King might have been kept at bay. Ione cast a backward glance. Elm shifted, his shoulders tensing, something strained and unspoken passing between them. They reached the second landing, but before they could descend to the throne room, Raven caught his cousin's arm, holding him back.
What's going on, Elm?
She saved my bloody life, all right?
Elm ripped his arm out of Raven's grasp.
I didn't have time to reach for my scythe. She took it from my pocket.
He stared down the stairs and ran a hand through his tangled auburn hair.
The rest happened swiftly.
Raven stared at his cousin.
She killed them?
The king is waiting for us, Captain.
Lyndon called from below, his fingers now wrapped around Ione's arm. Raven held up a menacing finger to Lyndon and kept his gaze on Elm.
There's nothing you can do for her now,
he said under his breath.
She made her bed when she said yes to Hoth.
Elm's expression went cold.
Do you really think she knew what she was saying yes to?
She knew Elspeth was infected. And I...
Raven dragged a hand over his jaw.
If I'm to leave for the Twin Alders card, I can't afford any more of your father's distrust. I can't lie for Ione Hawthorne.
Something flashed in those brilliant green eyes.
Then I will.
Raven shook his head.
No, Elm.
I owe her.
She hasn't earned your kindness.
It's not kindness.
He bit back.
It's balance.
Raven took a deep, steadying breath.
She will never leave this place, Elm. Either by the dungeon's frost or the king's command, she will die.
He put a hand on his cousin's shoulder.
Don't be turned by her beauty. We've enough on our plate already.
Elm's smile did not touch his eyes. He rolled his shoulder and Raven's hand fell.
Because you've never been turned by a beautiful woman, have you, Captain?
Chapter 9. Elm. The great hall was full of light, drenched in the aroma of herbs and butter-glazed foods, perfumes and wine. Laughter bounced against its ancient walls, and music tangled in tapestries, pirouetting around pillars and knotting itself in skirts. But just a wall away, past great iron doors, another hall waited. One devoid of color, of smell, of sound, its only adornment, a looming chair made from the hardy wood of rowan trees. Besides the dungeon, it was Elm's least favorite part of the castle. The throne room.
Open it,
Raven said to the sentries guarding the door. The hinges groaned like waking beasts. Elm kept his eyes forward, gritting his teeth, their steps echoing in the cavernous room. There were twin hearths, one on each side of the throne room. Both were lit, roaring with smoldering logs, their flames casting long, jumping shadows across the stone floor. Between the hearths was a dais. Upon it, King Rowan sat on his throne, his face shadowed by a heavy-set brow. He wore his crown, gold forged to look like twisting rowan branches, and a matching gold cloak with fox fur at its collar. There were no seats beside the throne on the dais, no one equal to the king. King Rowan's only companions were 3 enormous hounds, whose dark, unblinking eyes traced the room. The king watched them approach. In his right hand was a silver goblet, in his left, a scythe. Destriers lined the walls, lost in shadow. Wicker and gorse were among them. 10 paces from the dais, Lyndon let go of Ione's arm. She stood in the heart of the throne room, shoulders even, her hair catching fingers of firelight. Raven and Elm stood behind her. The king leaned into his throne.
Come,
he growled, ushering Raven forward to his usual place on the left side of the throne. Raven stepped onto the dais, his arms folded tightly behind his back. The king watched through narrow eyes, then turned his gaze on Elm.
And you.
Elm blinked and didn't move. He wasn't the High Prince. His place had always been on the perimeter, lost in the shadow of the hearth with the rest of the destriers.
"What?" "There is a vacancy at my side," the king said. "Fill it, unless you, too, would like to submit to the chalice."
Elm stumbled forward. He positioned himself on the right side of the throne and tried not to think of the hundreds of times Hoth's boots had scored the stones beneath his feet. He glanced over his father's head at Raven, who stood entirely still. Elm straightened his shoulders and pressed his lips together in a firm line. But his tolerance for stillness was less evolved than Raven's. Even when he imagined himself perfectly still, his boot tapped. When he willed it to stop, his fingers twisted in his sleeve. When he bound them into fists, his head filled with the gnawing sound of his molars grinding together. The king stared down at Ione. "I see Renelm did not put you in chains." Ione's eyes flickered to Elm. "His methodology is dissimilar to your other son's, Majesty."
"Indeed."
The king looked out over the destriers.
"Shackle her."
A destrier next to Gorse stepped forward, a chain rattling in his hands. He took Ione's wrists, first one, then the other, roughly locking the cuffs in place. When he let go, the weight of her iron restraints rounded Ione's shoulders. Elm's stomach constricted. A guard brought forth a tray, a crystal goblet filled with wine upon it. Lyndon took the goblet in one hand. With the other, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a chalice card.
"Bring them in,"
the king barked, making Elm jump. The throne room door opened once more, the echoes of rattling chains abounding. Jesper and 3 other destriers stepped forward, bringing 2 men with them. One was tall, with dark graying hair and piercing blue eyes he refused to lower. The indefatigable Eric Spindle. The other prisoner was shorter. His hair was thinning and his clothes ragged. There were bruises on his face and he walked with a limp. Tyrn Hawthorne did not look at his daughter, nor the king. His gaze remained low. Elm winced at the sight of him. Tyrn's defeat, his sorrow and shame wafting fetid through the throne room. The destriers planted Eric and Tyrn on either side of Ione and stood in a line behind them. Jesper looked up at Elm from behind Eric's back. Her face was drawn, her jaw strained. Still, she shot him a wink, a brief reassurance. King Rowan's voice cut through the room.
"Elspeth Spindle is charged with high treason for carrying the infection."
The throne groaned, the king's fingers white as he clung to the armrests.
"Furthermore, she is charged with the slaying of physician Orith Willow and the attempted murder of my son, High Prince Hoth Rowan. Of these crimes I have found her irrevocably guilty and sentence her to death."
He let out a slow, venomous breath.
"It is my intention, through this inquest, to learn how much I should attribute these crimes to you, her kin."
Tyrn let out a low whimper, earning looks of disgust from the destriers along the wall. The king continued, his malice thinly veiled.
"Tyrn Hawthorne, Eric Spindle, Ione Hawthorne, you have been summoned to stone, charged with treason for aiding Elspeth Spindle. You committed this treason knowingly and with full understanding of the law, which states that all infected children, for the safety of our kingdom, be reported to my physicians."
The king shifted on the throne, his voice lowering.
"You shall submit to an inquest, the depths of your crimes measured by myself, my captain, your prince, and the destriers. When your wives and children are discovered, they shall do the same."
He tapped his scythe 3 times.
"Drink."
Lyndon brought the crystal goblet forward. Tiernan Hawthorne resisted the scythe's magic, his hand shaking as he tried not to reach for the goblet. When he finally succumbed and drank, 2 destriers had to shove his mouth shut to keep the wine from spilling out. Lyndon flipped the sea blue chalice card in his fingers, tapping it 3 times. The goblet passed to Ione, who took its stem in both hands. She shut her eyes and raised it to her lips, strands of yellow hair falling from behind her ears, covering her face like a veil. She lowered the cup, a drop of wine lingering on her bottom lip. When she opened her eyes, her hazel gaze was sharp, focused, and aimed directly at Elm. There was no need for a nightmare card. Elm knew what she was thinking. I saved your life. Now it's your turn to save mine. Eric stared straight ahead and drank from the goblet, his features stony. The king tapped his scythe thrice more and stowed it away in his pocket.
Let us begin.
His green eyes shifted to Tiernan.
Have you always known of your niece's infection?
A low, ugly sob escaped Tiernan's lips.
No.
He choked on the word, his tongue mangling on the lie.
No.
The king nodded at a destrier, who came forward and backhanded Tiernan across the face. Tiernan groaned, blood sliding out the corners of his mouth. Still, he tried to best the chalice and lie.
No.
The destrier slapped him again. When the truth seemed to strangle him entirely, Tiernan took a swelling breath, defeated.
Yes, your grace.
The king's gaze turned hateful when it landed on Eric. Of all the betrayals he'd endured thus far, it was clear he felt this one the keenest. His former captain of the destriers, hiding an infected daughter.
Did you know of her magic, Eric? This ability she has regarding Providence cards?
Eric stood like a soldier, shoulders square, legs firm. He did not try to lie.
No, sire.
The king's eyes jerked down the line.
And you, Miss Hawthorne, did you know of her magic?
Ione stared up at the throne. No.
No, your majesty,
Lyndon echoed, sounding too much like Hoth.
asshole.
Elm muttered, loud enough to earn him a sharp look from Raven and a familiar murderous glare from his father. The king returned his attention to Eric Spindle.
Hoth carried a scythe and a black horse nearly everywhere he went, and Orith Willow was no feeble-bodied fool. Did you train your daughter in combat?
No, sire.
Then how?
A line of white spit formed along the king's bottom lip.
How was a girl of her stature able to best them?
Whatever skills Elspeth possessed,
Eric said,
I was never witness to them. I saw little of her.
He turned to the side, his blue eyes burning into Tiernan.
She lived with her uncle.
The king's wrath turned to Tiernan.
I understand your wife and sons were conveniently absent from both Spindle and Hawthorne House when my destriers came to collect them. Where are they?
Tiernan's shoulders began to shake.
I don't know, your grace.
The king leaned back into his throne.
You don't know, he repeated. Perhaps I do not need them. After all, your daughter is here within my clutches.
He peered down at Ione.
You are terribly brazen, Miss Hawthorne, to continue to use the maiden card I gifted you.
Ione said nothing. The king folded his hands over his lap.
Where are your mother and brothers, your aunt and cousins?
Ione kept her eyes forward, unflinching. I don't know, sire.
But you knew Elspeth Spindle caught the fever. You knew it when my son pledged to marry you.
Yes. Lyndon opened his mouth, but Ione cut him off. Yes, Majesty. The king's eyes blazed.
You agreed to marry Hoth, knowing you'd be tethering him to a family that carried sickness? You disgust me.
The disgust, Ione said, her tone idle, is mutual. Silence pierced the room. Even the hounds held still. Lyndon reached out, his hand in open palm, and slapped Ione across the face. Elm went rigid, hands curled into fists so tight the fresh scabs along his knuckles split. Salt shot up his nose into his mind.
Don't move,
Raven warned.
Stay right there.
The king drained his goblet.
Try again, Miss Hawthorne.
Ione's cheek was red only a moment where Lyndon had struck her. Then, slowly, the red blanched away, her skin perfect once more. I never lied to Hoth about Elspeth. He did not ask me about my family. He did not ask me much of anything. The throne groaned under the king's shifting weight.
Were you there when she attacked him?
No.
How did she come to be in a room alone with him?
Someone shuddered down the line, drawing the king's gaze. Tyrn.
Well?
The king barked. Tyrn covered his eyes, wiping away tears. Or maybe he was simply trying to hide his face from Eric Spindle.
Prince Hoth, he wanted to speak.
He took a weak breath.
I brought Elspeth to the prince, Majesty.
Up until that moment, Eric Spindle had been as good as glass, smooth, still. Now his entire body was directed at his brother-in-law, his blue eyes filling with fire. Elm's pulse pounded in his ears. The hair on his arms prickled, the tension in the room so taut it might snap him. He dug his hand into his pocket, his fingers wrapping around the scythe and its familiar velvet comfort. But his debt gnawed at him. I saved your life. Now it's your turn to save mine. It had to be now that she was under the chalice, when the king would believe her. But Ione Hawthorne hadn't given him exact instructions, only that she wanted enough freedom to roam the castle uninhibited. In Elm's vast experience, there was very little the scythe could not make someone do. Despite the chalice, he could make Ione tell a lie to save herself. But there would be a cost. A lie was still a lie, and the chalice repaid lying tenfold. It wasn't long ago that he'd watched Elspeth Spindle vomit blood thick as mud, trying to lie under a chalice. No, he couldn't make Ione lie. It was too risky. He would have to absolve her by proxy. The falsehood would have to come from someone else, someone he could stomach sacrificing to the chalice's poison. You, he said to himself, his gaze falling to Tyrn Hawthorne, his face still hidden in his hands. He tapped the scythe in his pocket 3 times. You'll do nicely. When Elm felt the salt sting his nose, he pushed it outward. His green eyes narrowed, focused entirely on Tyrn Hawthorne, on what Tyrn wanted. And Tyrn, so keen to hide his miserable face, kept the scythe's glassy deadness hidden behind his hands. Tyrn wanted to keep his daughters safe, wanted to absolve her. Tyrn's voice was loud, even behind the muffle of his hands.
My loyalty is to you and your family, my king,
he said.
Prince Hoth, I would never plot his injury.
He choked on his words a moment. Elm kept his focus tight. Tell them what happened, he murmured into the salt.
I delivered Elspeth to him because
Prince Hoth promised he would handle her infection swiftly, without family dishonor. He said it was the only way to save Ione's reputation.
Now for the tricky part. Not an outright lie, but a mixing of truths. Something to keep Ione away from the hangman. Something that would slip into the king's cracks and give him pause. Lucky for Ione, Elm had years of practice learning the king's cracks. Tyrn coughed. When he spoke the words Elm compelled him to say, his voice was tight.
Please, sire, if you harm my daughter, everyone will know. She is beautiful. She is beloved. My family is gone. People will gossip. But if you let my Ione remain here, she will placate your court. Stop tongues from wagging. Keep people from knowing the truth of what happened to Prince Hoth.
The king's voice was ice.
And why should I wish to hide what happened to my son?
Tyrn dropped his hands, revealing blurry eyes.
Because it was your fault. It was you who forged the marriage contract with a family that carried the infection. You who valued a nightmare card above all else.
His voice went eerily quiet.
You are just as much to blame for what happened to Hoth as my daughter is.
The air in the cavernous room stilled. The king's mouth was open, tiny red lines shooting across the whites of his eyes. On his other side, Raven was staring into Tyrn Hawthorne's face, searching it. The destriers shifted as they cast sidelong glances, their shadows dancing on the floor. Ione stared at her father, slack-jawed. The telltale agony, the one Elm knew far too well, of using the scythe too long, began. A shooting pain, needle-thin, slid through his head, starting near his temple, prodding deeper with each passing second. He blinked away the pain, but there would be no hiding it if his nose began to bleed. He prayed this was enough to keep Ione alive, that the king was fearful enough of rumor and dissent to stay his hand, at least until Elm could come up with a better plan. He tapped the scythe 3 times and let out a long, ragged exhale. Everyone was still focused on Tyrn. No one noticed Eric Spindle shift until the former captain of the destriers had shoved Lyndon and Ione aside and wrapped his chains around his brother-in-law's throat. The visage of the indefatigable Spindle tree shattered into 1,000 splinters.
You did this,
Eric said, voice breaking.
You gave Elspeth up.
Tyrn's face was turning red.
No more than you did.
Lyndon drew a dagger.
Get back, Spindle.
When he stepped closer, Eric pivoted, far quicker than a man his age ought to be. He caught Lyndon's wrist, twisted, and ripped the dagger from his hand.
Where is she?
He demanded, the tip of the blade aimed at Lyndon's throat.
Where is my daughter?
There was a mad dash for the heart of the room. Elm launched himself off the dais the same second as Raven. Destriers swarmed, smothering the light from the hearths as they hurried past, plunging the throne room into shadow. Jesper got to Eric first. She dug her fists into his tunic, yanking him backward. Eric let loose a wordless cry and swung the dagger wildly through the air. Its blade found no purchase in a destrier. It caught Ione instead. So sharp it made no sound, the dagger cut across Ione's hands, cleaving the flesh of her palms. The king barked orders, but Elm did not hear them. He was shoving destriers, bashing against the sea of black cloaks, forcing his way into the tumult. The throne room floor was marked in red. Ione slipped, caught between Tyrn and the 2 destriers fighting to keep him still. They were crushing her. Elm shouted her name, then again, louder, panic-tipped.
Hawthorne!
When she looked up, her eyes crashed into Elm's. She managed to push away from her father. When she reached out, her fingers fell from Elm's grasp, slick with blood.
Come on,
he shouted.
His muscles strained, shoulders sang in pain, every fiber of his strength spent, reaching. He caught the chain tethering Ione's wrists. It was cold, heavy. Elm wrapped his swollen fingers around it and pulled, squeezing Ione between destriers, freeing her from the bedlam. She crashed into his chest and pressed her head against his sternum. It rose and fell with Elm's torrid breaths. When he reached for her hands, a hiss slipped through his teeth. Eric Spindle had cut his niece palm to palm, a long, ugly valley of red, of flesh and muscle. Elm held her hands against his chest to staunch the bleeding, then reached into his pocket. The moment velvet touched his fingertips and salt pinched his nose, the world around him faded. He imagined a crisp winter breeze, a frozen statuary. All was silent. All was still. The statuary was a perfect rendering of the throne room, only in his imagination it, and everyone in it, was enveloped by ice. Frozen. The smell of salt grew stronger, biting at his mind. He ignored it, twirling the scythe between his fingers. Ice, stone, stillness, silence. "Be still," he said to himself. "Be still." He kept saying the words, willing the world around him to yield to his scythe. "Be still, be still, be still." When he opened his eyes, the throne room was frozen in place. Eric, Tiern, Ione, the destriers, the king. All frozen, their eyes wide and glassy. Everyone but Raven, who turned to look at Elm. There was blood on his face. The chaos had ceased. All was silent. All was still. All but for the blood that slid from Elm's nose. Chapter 10. Elspeth. Water washed up my legs, the tide unrelenting, never high or low. I was not hungry or thirsty or tired. There was a new name that was giving me pause. Like all the others, it began as an image in my mind. But where Ione's had been a bright yellow flower and my father's a crimson red leaf, this image was dark, difficult to discern, almost as if it did not want to be seen. A bird, black of wing, dark, watchful, clever. Something in my chest snapped, my lungs emptying of air. New memories spilled into me. They were not like the others, softened by childhood or tethered by family. These were fresh, forged when I was a woman. A man, clad in a dark cloak, a mask obscuring all but his eyes, purple and burgundy lights, running in the mist, a hand coarse with calluses on my leg as I sat in a saddle, that same hand in my hair, a heartbeat in my ear, a false promise of forever. His name slipped from my lips. Raven. A giggle sounded in my ear. My eyes jutted open. When I looked to my side, a girl sat next to me in the sand. A child. Her hair was woven in two perfect plaits, as if a woman who loved her had taken time to braid them with care. But more than her hair, more than the tilting of her head, it was her eyes I noticed. Her brilliant yellow eyes. Who are you? A grin cracked over her little mouth. You know who I am. I'm your Tilly. My name unraveled itself from my mouth like a long piece of string. I'm Elspeth Spindle. She giggled, and the sound carried up and down the beach. Can we swing in the yew tree like you promised? I looked out onto the vast emptiness. I see no tree, Tilly. Her smile faded. All right. She picked up her skirt, heaved a sigh. I'll wait in the meadow, in case you change your mind. She walked away on tiptoe.
but none of her footprints appeared in the sand. I watched her go, prickles dancing up the back of my neck. More voices sounded in the darkness, soft as waves upon the shore. I looked up. From the far side of the beach, children emerged. Boys, all with yellow eyes, save the tallest. His eyes were gray. None of them left footsteps in the sand. The boy with gray eyes bent to one knee, peered into my face, sighed. "You're with us, but you're never really here, are you, Father?" Chapter 11. Raven.
"Stop fidgeting,"
Philip Willow snapped, his fingertips cold as he pressed the skin above Raven's brow together.
"I can't sew properly when you move like that."
Raven stopped tapping his foot and sat still on a stool in the king's chambers. The enormous hearth burned, fueled by pine kindling. Philip leaned over him with needle and stitching, meticulously repairing the split above Raven's left brow. It was late. The destriers were gone, sent to sleep. Dark shadows lingered beneath the king's eyes as he paced in front of the hearth, drinking deeply from a silver goblet. Every so often his voice would hitch, snagged on rage.
"Some captain of the destriers,"
he fumed.
"Immune to card magic, unrivaled in combat."
He glowered at Raven over his shoulder.
"Knocked senseless by Eric Spindle, a man who spent 3 days freezing in the dungeon."
Raven shook his head, a knot already forming where Eric's chains had collided with his temple.
"It's nothing." "What did I just say about holding still?"
Philip said, yanking the needle and pulling seams of flesh together.
"You'll look like a common cut purse if this doesn't heal well."
Elm snorted from the hearth.
"And you,"
the king said, turning on his son.
"A dead man could have wielded the scythe sooner than you."
Elm picked dried blood from beneath his fingernails.
"You have a red card in your own pocket, do you not?"
The king's face mottled.
"You stood at the right hand of the throne. The scythe and all the pain it brings is your responsibility."
His voice lowered.
"Hoth understood that."
Elm's eyes narrowed at his brother's name, but before he could reply, the king's doors pushed open. Jesper stood in the doorway, her face drawn, her wavy hair shooting in every direction, flecks of dried blood splattered across her cheeks.
"Well?"
the king demanded.
"Spindle and Hawthorne have been returned to the dungeon, sire. In separate cells, I hope,"
Philip muttered. The king exhaled. A moment later, the entire tray of silver goblets clanged across the floor, wine spilling onto the stone at their feet.
"Hoth does not stir. Orith is dead. Eric, Tyrn, men in my closest circle, have spent over a decade in deceit, hiding Elspeth Spindle's infection. And yet, until the Twin Alders is safe in my hands, it seems I am the one who must yield."
His gaze returned to Raven, his wide nostrils flaring.
"This is all your fault."
Raven knew enough of his uncle's ire to keep a stern jaw and say nothing. Elm had no such restraint.
"How do you imagine that?"
The king began to shout.
"Was she not staying at Castle U, nested like a cuckoo under my captain's bloody nose?" "In his defense," Elm said, "it's a rather large nose."
The whites of the king's eyes turned red. For a moment, he looked as if he might wrap his brutish fingers around his son's throat.
"I should purge all 3 of you from my guard for such abhorrent ineptitude."
After a stifling pause, Jesper spoke. Her voice was calm.
"Oversights were made, Uncle. We have been tireless in our patrols, keen to manage your kingdom well. We didn't see what was in front of us. Elspeth was such a quiet, gentle presence beneath our father's roof."
"A liar's ruse."
The blow to Raven's head had sent his mind wandering. He sat in the king's over-warm chamber, but a sick part of him would rather have been in the dungeon.
10 minutes,
he said to himself for the 100th time in 4 days.
It all might have been different had I gotten to Spindle House 10 minutes sooner.
His eyes lifted to the king.
It's not us who made a liar out of Elspeth Spindle. The moment the infection touched her blood, she was bound to be a liar. That's how things are in Blunder.
The king's step caught. He turned, eyes burning into Raven. Silence stole the air in the room. Even Philip's hands stilled. Everyone was watching, waiting.
Get out,
the king said.
Everyone. I'd like to speak to my nephew alone.
Raven felt Jesper's eyes boring into him. He did not face them. He was locked into the king's stare. Philip tied the last stitch on his brow and pulled away, following Jesper wordlessly out the door. Elm lingered by the hearth.
Go, Renelm,
the king commanded. Elm shot Raven a pointed glance and turned away, slamming the door behind him. The king waited for the silence to settle.
Do you value your place here, nephew?
Raven held the king's gaze.
I don't know what I value, uncle.
You do not wish to be my captain?
It doesn't matter what I want.
The last container that hadn't been shattered or thrown upon the floor was a silver flagon.
Finally, something we agree on.
The king pulled a long drink. When the flagon dropped from his lips, his eyes were unfocused.
I will let Ione Hawthorne remain in the castle, if only to dissuade rumors of Eric and Tyrn's treachery at court. Still, people will wonder at Hoth's absence. There will be gossip and unease. Blunder needs control, not violence and backhanded treachery.
He stared into the fire a moment longer, then crossed the chamber to his velvet-draped bed. The frame creaked beneath his weight.
Let Elspeth Spindle keep her word, then,
he muttered.
Follow her out of the castle into the mist. Let her find the Twin Alders card for me. Then drag her back. If either of you tries your hand at anything clever, I will pluck Emery back from Castle U. He won't have a fine room and fire for comfort this time.
The king yawned.
He'll have a cell.
Raven's fury was a swift wave. He felt it in every strained muscle, hot words of malice catching in his craw, but his face remained without expression.
When you return, I will do as the old book says.
The king closed his eyes.
I will spill Elspeth Spindle's infected blood come solstice. Unite the deck. After 500 years, I will be the Rowan who finally lifts the mist.
His voice began to drift.
That is what people will say when they speak of my reign.
As you say, uncle. We'll leave immediately.
Raven turned to leave.
Elm stays here.
He froze at the door.
He's my right hand.
And my second heir.
The king sank into his bed.
I cannot risk him to the same danger that broke Hoth.
The night Elspeth, she wouldn't hurt him.
The king barked a laugh.
Ha ha! Even you don't believe that.
Raven combed his mind for a deception that would bend the king's will, but the words didn't come. His mind was brimming with fog, lost to exhaustion, so tired it hurt. He pressed the heels of his palm into his eye sockets.
Elm won't like being left behind. He's a prince of blunder. What he likes is of no consequence. Raven was not about to tread head first into the mist, into the unknown, alone with a 500-year-old monster hell-bent on righting the wrongs of the past. He needed someone to watch his back. Someone who had always watched his back. Jesper, he said, unyielding. I'll need my sister. It cost him, but Raven lowered his head. Please. The king was silent a moment. When he finally consented, it came as a low grunt. Fine. Take another destrier as well. Gorsh. Raven brooked no argument. He gave a curt nod and opened the door. You'll get your wish, the king called after him. When this is all over, I'm stripping you of command. His words were coated in spite. You've proven a wretched disappointment, Raven. Raven lowered himself at the door. A final bow. From you, uncle. That is praise indeed.
Chapter 12. Elm. Elm caught Philip before the physician got to the main stairwell. He had to hold the galley railing to keep himself upright, so tired his knees had begun to buckle. Philip took a deep breath. The king is in a foul mood. I've seen worse. Elm ran a hand over his face. Do you know where they put Hawthorne? Don't tell me those idiots took her to the dungeon. The physician yawned. She's on the servants' floor, I think. Did you send her a physician? What for? Her hands. Eric tore them open. Philip blinked, shook his head. You're mistaken. When Elm's mouth dropped open, the physician gave a stiff laugh. I assure you, her hands were perfectly intact when I saw her. I assure you? There was a wound, a bad one. Likely someone else's blood. Philip put a hand on Elm's shoulder. Get some sleep, Prince. I promise, Miss Hawthorne is safe and well. Elm watched Philip disappear down the stairs into darkness, his thoughts straining against fatigue. He couldn't have imagined it. Not the cold sting of Ione's iron chains, nor the curling dread he'd felt at the sight of her maimed palms. The feeling of her hands pressing into his chest. Elm's eyes shot to his doublet. He half expected to see nothing, but when he looked down, they were there. Even in the black fabric, a stain remained. 2 bloody handprints. The castle guards stationed on either side of the 5th door of the servants' wing made it easy to discern where the destriers had stashed Ione. When Elm approached, the guards stepped into shadow and lowered their gazes. He banged on the door, then swore for the bruises on his knuckles. Open up, Hawthorne. When no one answered, he slapped the knotted pine. Hawthorne! She's locked in, sire, said the guard on his left, offering Elm a small brass key. Elm weighed it in his palm. He'd always told Raven he looked like a jailer with his ring of keys, when actually it was Elm's, the second prince's, duty to carry the castle keys. And Raven, like in so many other things he did, carried the iron ring so that Elm didn't have to. Off with you, he said to the guards. He waited for them to hurry away, then slid the key into the lock. The door creaked open, the room lit by a single glass lantern. The smell of wool and fresh kindling filled Elm's nose. He shut the door, something shifting in his periphery. Trees, he said, whirling. What are you? Ione Hawthorne stepped out of shadow, coming so close to Elm his spine crashed against the door. She held out a finger and poked it with impressive force into his chest, emphasizing each word. What was that? The intensity in her eyes startled Elm. She was no taller than his shoulder, his clavicle, really, but that didn't make her any less frightening. There was a quiet fury in Ione Hawthorne. The maiden did a good job of masking it, or tempering it, but it was still there. Perhaps there were some things not even magic could erase.
Careful with that finger, Hawthorne. I told you I'm delicate.
What you are is a damn idiot. She stepped back. My father. What he said during the inquest? That was you, wasn't it? You and your scythe. Hair fell into Elm's face. He blew it back with a hot breath.
Not my finest work, I'll admit, he said, a touch defensive. Then again, I usually don't have to fight against a chalice to get people to do what I want.
And that was your best idea? Make my father threaten the king?
Elm leaned against the door.
All I did was make him leverage the correct words.
He frowned down at her.
You're welcome, by the way. The king won't kill you now. At least not right away, when he fears people will talk. He's always been afraid of that. Talk. He'll rue your every breath for what Elspeth did to his favorite son.
He gestured to her room.
But I've spared you the dungeon. You'll be watched, but still welcome at court. I can arrange a guarded escort when you need range of the castle, and if the king changes his mind—
He bit the inside of his cheek.
I'll find a way for you to slip out of stone unnoticed.
Ione said nothing, her nose twisting as if something wretched had died beneath it. Elm's shoulders stiffened.
That's what you wanted, isn't it? A life for a life?
He fixed her with a hard look.
We're even, Hawthorne.
I didn't want to be paraded around court, fielding the gossip of what happened to your wretched brother. I wanted to get what I needed out of the castle and disappear. Trees, I thought you were clever enough to understand that.
Her words prodded into Elm's skin, got under it.
You had your chance to disappear on the forest road,
he said, matching her ire.
Yet you didn't.
He pushed away from the door, his shadow looming over her.
What is it you need at Stone you couldn't leave behind?
Ione said nothing, but her eyes were burning. Vibrant hazel. They were the color of a green field, punctuated by autumn leaves. Amber sap slipping over moss. Heat and life and anger. So much anger they flared, even in the darkness of his shadow. Still, she said nothing. Elm moved so quickly the lantern's flame flickered behind its glass. He caught Ione's hand and lifted it, relishing in the surprise that crossed her face. The tilt of her brows, the little gasp that escaped her lips.
Show me your hand, Hawthorne,
he said, his voice dangerously low. Her fingers curled, not quite a fist, but enough to hide her palm. All Elm had to do was squeeze, apply the right pressure, and her fingers would splay for him. He didn't. If she was injured, it would hurt like hell. And even if she wasn't—
Please,
he said, softer than before.
Will you show me?
Ione didn't move. Her entire posture had gone rigid, those hazel eyes widening at his please. Almost as if she'd expected him to force her hand open. Elm didn't like that. It made him feel dirty all over. He dropped her hand. Ione noted his reddening cheeks. Slowly, she uncurled her fingers one at a time. When she offered him her upturned palm, Elm's breath caught. The blood was gone, washed away. What remained was unblemished, finely lined skin. Not a single trace of injury. He ran his thumb over her palm, pressing into the flesh, searching for what he could not find. You're not out of your mind, Ione murmured. The cut was deep. The urge to scrape his teeth across her palm, to press her skin like clay and test her fortitude, was overwhelming. How? Can't you guess? Elm recalled the feeling of Hawthorne House's aged wood door beneath his ear. Rain on his cheek, frigid wind. Ione's yellow hair, damp and wild as they rode. The highwayman's hand on her leg, the ice in her voice unrelenting and sure. Kill me, if you can. His vision snapped, everything coming into painful focus, the labyrinth beginning to unravel. His eyes traced her face, her unblemished visage. Her skin was too flawless, her face too symmetrical, her voice too even. He'd known from the start that this wasn't the real Ione Hawthorne. This was how the maiden card had remade her, masking her in unearthly beauty, caging her, protecting her, healing her. The maiden. The words scraped out of him. So small Elm almost missed it. The tip of Ione's brow lifted. Seems you are clever. On occasion. Elm stepped into the room, dizzy, elated, and a little sick to his stomach. Trees, I need to sit down. He found the edge of the bed, plopped down, wincing at the thin mattress. 500 years, he mumbled to himself. For 500 years, maiden cards haven't been used for anything but gifts for wealthy men's daughters. 500 years have been wasted on women. Is that it, Prince? That's not... He bit his lip. Don't twist my words. If the maiden can heal, gross oversights have clearly been made. Ione sat next to him on the bed. She didn't look tired, but her shoulders slumped, and her voice was dull. Men have no use for the maiden. What is beauty to real power? My father never let me touch his Providence cards, but the maiden I was gifted freely, like a horse a lump of sugar. Something sweet to distract me from the bit they shoved in my mouth. She lowered her chin, hair spilling over her shoulder. Is it any wonder if women discovered the maiden's true potential, its healing power, that they kept it a secret? Elm was silent, but in his mind he was shouting. Was his Rowan legacy that of idiots as well as brutes? Someone should have figured this out. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Where is it? Your maiden card. Why should I tell you? Still don't trust me, Hawthorne. You're a Rowan. She said it softly, but an accusation hid in the melody of her voice, a quiet abhorrence. It sunk into Elm through all the sore, bruised pieces of him. It's here, isn't it? He said. Your maiden. That's why you wanted to come back to Stone, to retrieve it. He searched her face. Where, Ione? But that face, that beautiful, unfeeling face, held nothing. Elm knew before she spoke that she wouldn't answer his question. Now that you know what the maiden card can do, Ione said, tucking hair behind her ear. Are you going to use one to heal your brother? Elm hadn't thought of that. He groaned and dragged his hands over his eyes. There are not enough curse words in all the languages, he muttered, for me to answer that question. Because if you do, he's going to... The list of terrible things my brother will do if he wakes is longer than you know. Elm closed his eyes and heaved a long, aching breath. Days ago, when he'd stood in the icy dungeon with Raven and his father in front of Elspeth Spindle's cell, he couldn't imagine a situation more dire. But it had become so, all because of Ione Bloody Hawthorne and her maiden card.
If he ever grew old enough to do so, he would tell this story to his children, with the firm lesson being don't ever strike bargains with beautiful women.
"It seems the best option is to keep the maiden's magic a secret," he said. "For now."
When he opened his eyes, Ione was looking at him, searching his face for something she couldn't seem to find. Her stare was like running unwashed wool over his bare skin. Elm felt itchy, too warm. But with the discomfort came another feeling, something low in his stomach, a tumbling exhilaration, like clearing a fence on horseback. And though he was tired to the point of pain, maybe he'd remain awake just a little while longer to get that feeling to stay. He stood, bracing himself a moment on the bed frame. "Come with me." "Where?"
"The dungeon."
Ione went rigid. "What for?"
"Elspeth,"
Elm said, shoving his hands into his pockets.
"I'm taking you to see Elspeth. Or what's left of her."
Chapter 13. Elspeth. When they came back, the weight of my memories dragged me so far down I couldn't find a way out. Magic. My infection. Providence cards. What Hoth Rowan had done to me that final night at Spindle House. The monster who had saved me. I screamed, calling out to the nightmare who had taken my place. I ran the length of the beach, looking for a way out, only to come back to where I'd started. I swam in the water only to remain 10 paces from the shore. I screamed myself raw and cried until there were no more tears. "I remember, nightmare!" I shouted at the dark. "Let me out! Let me out!" Silence was my only answer. The children came and went as they pleased, never leaving marks upon the sand nor ripples on the water. Slowly, I learned their names. Tilly and her brothers Illick, Afton, Fenley, Lenore. The eldest, the one with gray eyes, was Bennett. They didn't seem to notice each other, passing on the same stretch of beach without ever lifting their gazes or trading words. I'd even witnessed 2 of the young boys pass through one another. But they did speak to me. "Will you come see what I've built?" Lenore said, reaching for my sleeve, his hand passing through my arm. I... His face dropped, and so did his yellow eyes. "Another time, then." "I've trained every day for a fortnight," Fenley declared. The next moment, or hours later, I didn't know. "Aunt Iris said you might come see me compete in the tournament on market day." But even as he said it, I could tell he didn't believe it. Just like Lenore's, his eyes dropped. "But of course, you're busy." "I'm not," I called after him, but he disappeared out over the water. Illick and Afton, I realized, were twins. My stomach twisted at that. They reminded me of my half-sisters. Only, unlike Naya and Dimia, they didn't speak that secret, knowing language of twins. They didn't speak to one another at all. Sometimes, their visages blended entirely together, 2 boys becoming one. "I want a golden egg card," Illick, or was it Afton, said. "You gave Bennett Providence cards. I want one as well." I held out my empty hands. "I have no Providence cards to give you." Their brows narrowed. When they spoke again, it was to shout at me. "You keep them all for yourself." "I don't." "I hate you." I clasped my hands over my ears and shut my eyes. When I opened them again, the twins were gone.
Timelessness bled into despair. There was nothing to do on the long, empty shore but think. Remember. And even my fondest memories became bitter in that place, until, ravenous, my thoughts began to consume me. My family would surely die for hiding my infection. Not even my little cousins, Aldrich and Lynn, would be spared the king's wrath. Dead. All of them. Because of me. And the Yews, I had destroyed their hope of healing Emery. They'd needed Orith Willow's blood to unite the deck. And I'd killed him. My thoughts festered until my mind turned septic. But even then, a flicker of warmth lingered in the dead cold of my despair. A candle's worth of light, of hope. The softness of my aunt's hands as she combed my hair. Ione's arm in mine, our heels clacking on cobbled streets on market day. Raven Yew, holding me in a hug tight enough to blot out all of blunder. My black wool dress sopped up water as I walked into the breaking waves. Bennett appeared out of the air and stood next to me. "The children miss you," he said, fidgeting with the 2 Providence cards, Mirror and Nightmare. "Especially Tilly. Come to dinner. Just this once." I knew by then he was not talking to me. None of the children had been talking to me. This beach, this dark-sanded oblivion, belonged to the Shepherd King. I know what I know. My secrets are deep, but long have I kept them, and long will they keep. Here, in the dark on the shore, where there was no sun, no moon, where the morning dove did not call at dawn, and no owl announced dusk, a place of desolation, emptiness, and despair. This is where his secrets were kept, and I was among them. I looked into Bennett's gray eyes. "I cannot stay here with you and be forgotten," I said. "I am going to get out." I walked into the breaking waves, swam with all my might, screamed and swallowed brine, kicked and clawed at the water until my muscles gave out. I fell beneath the waves and sank deeper into darkness. Chapter 14. Raven. The guards who kept watch over Emery's door stepped into shadow. Raven unlocked his brother's chamber and lingered at the threshold. He slipped a hand into his pocket. Before he was aware of his own fingers, he'd tapped his nightmare card 3 times. Salt pounded his senses. He pushed and pushed, looking for the familiar, comforting presence, like leather and fire and the pages of a well-read book. "Jesper." Her voice was sharp with startle. "Raven?" "The Twin Alders, Jess. We're leaving at dawn." There was a pause. Then, "What do you need from me?" Raven's hand trembled on the latch to his brother's door. "Emery," he whispered. "I'm on my way." Salt fled his senses, Jesper disappearing from his mind on the 3rd tap. Raven heaved a breath, then opened the door. Emery lay on his bench in the corner of the small chamber. Blanket tight under his chin, eyes shut, he almost looked asleep. But his shoulders were too tense, his thinned face too laden with furrows to be at rest. He shivered, his lips an awful gray. Raven moved to his brother's wardrobe and flung it open, digging for the warmest cloak he could find. Emery's voice was uneven, fraying at its edges. "What are you doing?" "It's time, Em.
Raven placed a wool cloak onto his brother's lap. "We're leaving. Now."
Emery tried to sit up.
"Why?"
"Arrangements have been made."
"What arrangements?"
"Where are your boots?"
Emery flicked his hand toward the end of the bench. Raven sat at the foot of the bench, hands deft as he pulled Emery's leather boots over thick socks. All the while, he could feel his brother's eyes on him.
"What arrangements?"
the boy said again. Raven tied the laces tight, though he was fairly certain his brother was no longer strong enough to walk without help.
"I'm taking you home."
A rattling breath swept up Emery's fragile frame.
"Did Uncle?"
"The king is aware,"
Raven said, harsher than he meant. He heaved a sigh and finally looked up. It hurt to gaze at his brother. More than Raven imagined it would. Emery, who had once bloomed like a garden in spring, was wilted, frozen to his depth by chill and aggressive degeneration. A boy, who not long ago had stood tall, was now stooped, as if his spine, which protruded up his back in harsh knobs, weighed more than the rest of his body combined. His copper skin was wan, his cheeks gaunt, his fingertips blue, and his eyes, his brilliant gray eyes, were shadowed, dim, lit only by the deathly omen of what was to come. He was degenerating, faster than Raven had feared he would. And while Raven's degeneration made certain cards impossible to use, and Elspeth's had strengthened the monster in her mind, Emery's was simply killing him. Raven reached for his brother's shoulder.
"Everything is going to get better for you, Em,"
he said.
"I promise."
Emery's shirt slid, Raven's palm grazing his brother's skin. The moment it did, Emery's eyes glassed over. He shivered from deep within, his lips drawing into a pale thread. He reached up and gripped Raven's hand, his eyes rolling into his skull. Raven recoiled, realizing what he'd done. His hand, he'd touched Emery. He tried to rip away from his brother's grasp, but Emery held him in a vice, nails digging into Raven's skin.
"The dark bird has 3 heads,"
Emery said, his voice strangled, an invisible rope around his neck.
"Highwayman, destrier, and another. One of age, of birthright. Tell me, Raven, you, after your long walk in my wood, do you finally know your name?"
Raven ripped his hand out of his brother's grasp. The moment their hands separated, Emery's magic fled his senses. His eyes returned, glassy, filled with tears.
"What happened?"
he asked. It took all of Raven's years of practice to keep his face even.
"Nothing, Emery."
Did I say something?"
Emery's magic had never been a gift. To family, it was unnerving. To strangers, terrifying. A single touch, and the boy could read a person's deepest thoughts, their fears and desires, their shadow-laden secrets, their futures. It didn't matter how deeply it was buried. There was nothing Emery could not see. It took the life out of him, using his magic. Whatever life that still remained. Raven wrapped an arm under his brother's ribs and lifted him from the bench, careful not to graze his skin again. It took hardly any strength to lift him. Emery's head slumped forward, his eyelids drooped, his words a raspy whisper.
"I've forgotten. Where are we going?"
Raven clenched his jaw and kicked open the door to his brother's prison. Had the lantern on the table been lit, he would have smashed it onto the floor and cast the room into flame.
Home, Emery. I'm taking you home. The boy weighed no more than a large saddle, but the stairs were long. By the time they met Jesper in the east corridor, Raven was out of breath, a sheen of sweat upon his brow. Emery was asleep. Jesper gasped when she took him in her arms.
He's little more than a reed.
Raven turned away. If he looked too long at the tears in his sister's eyes, his own might fall. Take him to Castle U. Go now. I'll be there shortly. Jesper did not linger. She turned west, slipping through a servant's door. Raven listened to her heavy steps until they were gone, then heaved a breath and straightened his cloak. He didn't look back at the stairs to Emery's room. It, nor any other part of the king's castle, had earned a single farewell from him. Raven uttered one nonetheless. Fuck you. Chapter 15. Elm. Shadows in the corridor loomed, only to scurry away. They seemed taller in the witching hour, dawn mere hours away. Elm rubbed his eyes and blinked. He needed sleep. Badly. He opened his mouth to ask Ione if the maiden kept her from feeling tired, when footsteps sounded down the corridor. Ione shoved him into a doorway. Elm's ribs collided with an iron doorknob, and he let out an abrupt breath. "That," he seethed, "hurts." The echoing footsteps grew softer. Whoever it was, physician or guard or servant, they were not coming their way. Ione stood rigid, waiting. Torchlight caught the bridge of her nose, the heart-shaped curve of her lips, the soft line of her throat and the shadow where it hollowed. Elm looked away. Only when the corridor was quiet again did Ione acknowledge him. "Sorry, I forgot. You're delicate." "Yes, I am. I should be abed, resting my delicate body." He waved his bruised knuckles in front of her face. "Not all of us have a maiden card to heal our mortal carcasses into perfection." He looked at her hands. "That cut. Did you feel pain?" Every part of Ione's face was close to him. "Yes. It takes a moment for the maiden to heal me. When it does, it feels good, euphoric even, not to be in pain." "Sounds nice." "You could have a maiden if you wanted." She slipped out of the doorway, her steps silent as she continued down the corridor. "You're a Rowan. Don't you take whatever you fancy?" "Clearly not, when all I fancy is a proper night's sleep." "It was your idea to go to the dungeon." "And a brilliant one, considering Elspeth has the happy ability to see Providence cards by color, even at a distance." Ione skittered to a halt. "She does?" "Indeed." Elm picked at his fingernail. "Rather handy, especially for you." "How so?" He shot her a pointed look. "You asked for free reign of the castle, yet failed on numerous occasions to specify where in stone your maiden card resides, which has led me to one rather interesting conclusion." He cocked his head to the side. "You don't know where your maiden is, do you, Hawthorne?" Ione drew in a breath, then continued down the corridor. "How exhausting it must be, wanting everyone to know how clever you are, Prince." Elm caught up with her in 2 strides. "But you're still using the maiden's magic. If anyone else had touched it, your connection would be severed." He leaned over her, his voice tipped with satisfaction. "Which means you're the one who misplaced it." A frown ghosted over Ione's brow. She didn't look at him. Not in the way she normally didn't look at him. Too indifferent to bother. This time, she seemed intent not to meet his eye. "What happened? Celebrate a little too hard on Equinox? Put your maiden card in a flower pot and waltz away?
Something like that. Elm chuckled to himself.
No shame in it. Spirit knows I haven't spent an equinox sober in...
He counted on his fingers.
Some years.
Ione kept her eyes forward. Just get us to the dungeon. After that, you can go back to being the cantankerous, wayward prince you were born to be. Trees know I'll be pleased to be rid of you. Elm trailed her down the corridor to the stairs. He didn't have to tell her which turns to make. All they had to do was go down.
Is that what people call me? Wayward.
I've heard the word prick thrown around.
Naturally.
Ione's shoulders rose, half the effort of a shrug. It's said you like your freedom too well, that you're an unruly, rotten prince, unmatched with the scythe, but a poor destrier. That's what the men say, at least.
Rotten.
Elm shoved the word down and schooled his features to a lazy smirk.
What do the women say about me?
Ione kept her gaze decidedly upon the stairs. Nothing of note.
But with far less disappointment in their voices, I should think.
A faint blush rose up her neck into her cheeks. Perhaps. Elm's smirk budded to a smile. He traced Ione's blush with a curiosity he decided was purely scientific. It felt like a game of discovery, watching her face, seeing what sliver of emotion the maiden would allow her to show, noting what had brought it on. Elm loved games, the playing, the cheating, the winning. Mostly he loved the measuring of his opponent, the unearthing of their limitations. Only now he wasn't sure who his opponent was, Ione Hawthorne or the maiden card. He quickened his pace, matching Ione's step as they took the east stairs.
And what do you think of that, Hawthorne? My reputation with women.
I don't think of it. He laughed, a low, rumbling timbre, and Ione turned at the sound. Her eyes narrowed. You said you didn't have time for women.
When?
In your chamber, when I was getting dressed. He'd been paying attention to other things in that moment.
I used to have time.
Elm cleared his throat.
I've been busy of late.
Ione's voice hummed in her chest. For a prince who doesn't mind the king, and a piss-poor destrier at that, one would think you had all the time in the world. Only, whenever I see you, you look as if you haven't stopped to catch your breath, which raises the question. Her eyes were dark in the dim light. What, Prince Renelm, have you been doing with all your time?
Moonlighting as a highwayman, stealing Providence cards to unite the deck without the king knowing, using the scythe until it makes me bleed, worrying about Emery, arguing with Raven, bickering with my brother's betrothed on our way to the dungeon to see a monster. You should know. You've taken up every moment of my time today.
Elm leaned down, his mouth close to Ione's ear, testing to see if her blush would return.
And I can't say it hasn't been interesting.
She pulled away, her expression a stone wall. Don't. There it was again, even in the dim light of the stairwell, pink in her cheeks.
Don't what?
Pretend to flatter me.
Who's pretending?
Ione shook her head, a quick, dispassionate dismissal.
Why, Ione Hawthorne.
Elm scraped his teeth over his bottom lip.
Don't tell me it makes you feel something when I flatter you.
It doesn't. Her face was unreadable. Unreachable. I can't feel anything anymore. The dungeon stairs had always been deadly. Now that it was autumn, frost already making its home across Blunder's fields, the steps were nigh unnavigable, slick with ice.
Twice, Elm had to brace himself against the wall. When Ione slipped and crashed into him, her fingers flexed like cat claws, digging into the muscles along his abdomen. Elm wrapped an arm around her shoulders, steadying her.
"How far down does this go?" she said into his chest.
He gripped her tighter. Far. By the time they got to the bottom, Elm was stiff all over. Given the tension in her shoulders, the fine line of her mouth, Ione was no better. She released him with a breath, stepping into the antechamber. Only then did Elm realize, with a bitter curse, that he'd forgotten the dungeon keys. It didn't matter. The door was already open. A giant mouth of darkness greeted them, a bitter wind from deep within the dungeon snapping at their faces. "Where are my father and uncle kept?" "On the south side. Your cousin is on the north." Ione's back straightened, as if she was trying to force the shivers that racked up her spine into submission. She pushed into the dungeon on silent step, darkness swallowing her whole. Elm groaned and hurried after her, catching her at the shoulder and spinning her toward the first of many passages north. They walked in silence down rows of empty cells. A chill sank into Elm. This wretched castle. He hated it to its last scrap of mortar, of stone, of wood and iron. He kept his eyes forward the way Raven always did, determined not to look into the cells, knowing they were empty, and had not always been so. He didn't realize Ione had spoken until her hand grazed his arm. He jumped. "Trees! What?"
"Anxious, are we?"
"Just cold."
"I might have thought you didn't mind the cold. What with you freezing us all into statues with your scythe back in the throne room."
"What's the matter, Hawthorne? Disheartened? I cut the violence short?" She ignored the quip.
"Ending violence isn't exactly a Rowan thing to do, is it?"
Elm didn't bother masking his annoyance at being compared to his father and brother. "I try not to use the scythe for violence."
"Why not?"
"To disappoint the hell out of them."
Ione, who often seemed to give her attention only by half, was watching him. She searched his face like she had in his chamber, still looking for something she couldn't seem to find. A noise, like the snapping of teeth, echoed at the end of the corridor. Elm jerked to a halt, catching Ione's arm, stopping her. Ahead was the last cell. Elspeth Spindle's cell. Or what used to be Elspeth Spindle.
"Listen," he said. "I should tell you."
The noise echoed again, this time with the low, oily notes of a laugh. Elm swallowed.
"Your cousin, she's not the same."
Ione said nothing. Her brows lowered. She pulled away from Elm, marching toward the cell. "Because of Hoth?"
"Not Hoth. Not this time."
When Ione reached the iron bars, Elm stepped behind her, close enough that he could pull her back. There was just enough light to see a shadow shift, and then the Shepherd King was there, fingers curling around the iron bars, his yellow eyes wide and his jaw clicking a chilling rhythm.
Click, click, click.
Elspeth. Shepherd King. Nightmare. He did not shiver, seemingly untouched by the oppressive chill of his cell. His spine stooped, black hair falling like curtains over his face. He jerked his chin to the side and looked up, his gaze catching Ione. For a moment, all was silent. Ione stared at what had once been her cousin. They looked like mirrors of each other, if one of the two had been dipped in ink. Ione's voice drifted away from her. "Elspeth?"
"Sweet Ione."
Ione reached a hand through the bars. Elm tensed. "Don't," he warned. She didn't listen. Her fingers grazed the skin along what had once been Elspeth's cheek, and she drew in a gasp. A smile crept across the Shepherd King's face. "Do you finally see me, yellow girl?" For the first time since he'd come upon her at Hawthorne House, Elm discerned unmistakable emotion on Ione's face. Her pallor turned gray, her eyes widened, and her lips drew into a fine line. Her fingers trembled as they traced the Shepherd King's cheek. When she spoke, her voice was so thin it threatened to snap. "You're not Elspeth." The Shepherd King's smile widened. "Nor am I a stranger. I was the shadow that moved just beyond the corner of your eye. I spoke in murmurs, hummed songs you did not know. The hounds brayed, warning you of the intruder in your midst. The horses shied away, and the birds grew quiet. But your parents did not heed them, and you, yellow girl, were afraid to look too closely." His eyes dragged over her face. "But you're not afraid any more, are you?" Ione pressed against the bars. "You, Elspeth, she kept so many secrets from me." The Shepherd King reached out, cupping her chin with a dirty, blood-stained hand. "She was wary, clever, good." He rubbed his thumb along Ione's cheek. "You and I are all that is left of her." "Who are you?" "Blunder's reckoning." The Shepherd King's grin was worse than any snarl. "I am the root and the tree. I am balance." Ione reached out in a flash, her fingers wrapping around his wrist. "I want to speak to Elspeth." "You cannot have her. She is with me, and I am letting her rest." "I don't care. Give her back to me." The Shepherd King's teeth scraped over his lip. For a moment, Elm thought he might tear into Ione's soft, unblemished cheek. But his grip on her face loosened, his brow easing. "She will be free, but not until my work is finished." His eyes flashed to Elm. "And old debts settled." It was the first time he'd looked at Elm directly. Those strange eyes, so piercing, so monstrous, so knowing. "Elm," the Shepherd King murmured. "A pleasure to see you again." Elm. Not Renelm or Prince, like every other stranger called him. Elm. As if this man, this thing, already knew him. And, of course, he did. For every conversation Elm had had with Elspeth Spindle, every treason she'd committed alongside him, every secret she'd heard, so too had the monster in her mind, waiting just behind her eyes, listening, learning. Elm felt sick. "You look pale, Princeling." "It hasn't been easy, cleaning up after you." "Yes. Your cousin intimated as much." Raven hadn't said anything about going into the dungeon. He hadn't said anything of the Shepherd King at all, save digging up his grave. Elm brushed away the sting, his gaze flickering to Ione. "She's missing something. A maiden card. It's here, somewhere in the castle. Can you see it?" Ione's eyes jumped between the two of them, and the Shepherd King stepped closer, his voice slithering between the bars. "Do you truly need it back, my dear?" He whispered. "Isn't it better this way? Your body safe from harm? Your soft, sentimental heart finally guarded?" Ione's eyes narrowed, but the Shepherd King kept going.
Elspeth envied it. Your heart. The ease of your laughter, the careless sincerity in everything you did. But I knew better. You were good, but never wary. It is why you hardly blinked when your father caged you like a canary on equinox and left you in this cold, cavernous place. He stroked her hair with a listless finger. The only reason you have not lost yourself to the despair of being shackled to Rowans is because the maiden card has kept you from feeling it. Ione was quiet a long moment.
I may not feel despair, she finally said, but I am still lost. I have disappeared into the maiden, just as Elspeth has into you, and I want to be freed.
Her words wove through Elm's ribs, pressing into his chest. The Shepherd King's smile faltered. I cannot free you.
But you can see Providence cards by color, Elm cut in.
He cocked his head to the side, predatory. One of my many gifts.
My father keeps a maiden card in the vaults with the rest of his collection. Are there others in the castle?
The Shepherd King shut his eyes, stayed silent a long moment, then laughed, a horrid, biting discord that echoed down the corridor.
Yes, dear boy. There are 3 maiden cards in stone. Where are they?
He stepped back into shadow.
That I cannot say. The castle is vast, the pink cards scattered. You and my yellow girl must find the maidens yourselves.
Ione's hands balled into fists.
Tell me where to look. Help me.
But the monster was gone, retreated back into shadow. Ione screamed against closed lips, then ripped away from the cell back down the corridor. Elm followed a pace behind.
I look forward to when we meet again, Princeling,
the Shepherd King called after him.
I have plans for you yet.
Elm turned, but he was gone. His farewell the same eerie knell as his greeting. Click, click, click. The journey back to the antechamber felt even colder. When they reached it, Elm caught Ione by the arm. The ire she'd displayed at the Shepherd King's cell was gone now. There was nothing on her face.
It's important to you? Elm murmured, getting your card back?
She hardly seemed to hear him.
If you think this is about beauty, that I am opposed to what the maiden has done, you are wrong. If I could still feel what it is to like something, I would tell you that I like being beautiful. I like being healed by magic and having no pain. I like who I was and how I looked before the maiden card as well. What I aim to get back, Prince, is my choice.
When all Elm could do is stare at her, she sighed.
Go to bed. Back to whatever it is you do with your time. I don't want your help.
But you'll need it, given that the castle is full of locks and I'm the one with the ring of keys.
He ran a hand down the back of his neck.
Actually, Raven has the keys, but technically they're mine.
If this is about what happened on the forest road, our debt is settled.
It's not.
What then?
Elm bit the inside of his cheek.
I was a prick to Elspeth. Raven was falling in love with her, and I...
His eyes fell, his mouth turning with derision.
Let's just say I've never had anything like that. I was too concerned with losing him to note that Elspeth was losing herself until it was far too late.
He finally looked back at Ione.
I aim to be better. If you are disappearing like Elspeth did, and have little choice in the matter, I would like to help you."
The lines and muscles of her face gave nothing away, but she startled Elm, raising herself to her toes to meet his eye. She hooked his chin with her thumb, and though Ione Hawthorne was so cold in all her expressions, her touch warmed him. "Why?" she asked. "Why do you aim to be better?"
"Because I have to be,"
Elm said in one breath.
"I care not what they say about me at court, even if it is that I am a rotten prince and a piss-poor destrier."
He leaned closer.
"But I do want it said, loud enough so everyone hears, that I am nothing like Hoth."
Chapter 16. Raven. Pressed up against the dungeon wall, cold in the clutch of his mirror card, Raven watched Elm and Ione disappear down the dungeon corridor. He didn't miss the strain in his cousin's shoulders, nor the way Elm shadowed Ione. Alert, attentive. It wasn't just balance. Elm was entangled with her. Unguarded in the darkness of the dungeon, his face had been an open book. What Raven had suspected before the inquest hit him now like a bow. Elm. Ione.
Spirit in trees.
The nightmare's laugh drifted like smoke up the stone walls.
You don't approve, Captain. It'll wreck him if the king decides to kill her.
I imagine he thinks the same thing about you and this body I currently occupy. Raven tore the mirror from his pocket and released himself. He wanted the nightmare to see the hate in his eyes.
She has a name, parasite. Say it, or don't speak of her at all.
The nightmare's yellow gaze met his wrath, measuring him. Raven took a step back.
As for Elm, you won't get your hands on him. He won't be coming with us.
What makes you think I'd hurt him? Raven scoffed.
He's a Rowan, descendant of the man who stole your throne and killed your kin. You've had 500 years to imagine your revenge.
His stomach turned as he looked at the old blood beneath the nightmare's fingernails.
Surely you want him dead.
I had plenty of time to hurt him. Only I didn't. The princeling sensed me, saw my strange eyes, and recoiled. He understands far better than you, Captain, that there are monsters in this world. He let out a long breath. My claws would find no purchase in a Rowan who is already broken. When Raven's rigid jaw didn't ease, the nightmare grinned.
Above Rowan and you, the elm tree stands tall. It waits along borders, a sentry at call. Quiet and guarded, and wind-blown and marred, its bark whispers stories of a boy prince once scarred.
His voice in Raven's mind went eerily soft.
And so, Raven, your elm I won't touch. His life strays beyond my ravenous clutch. For a kicked pup grows teeth, and teeth sink to bone. I will need him one day when I harvest the throne.
Raven had sent 3 notes after his talk with the king. The first was to Gorse, the particularly harsh destrier the king had chosen to accompany them on the journey for the Twin Alders. Given the swiftness of his uncle's choice, Raven was under no illusions that Gorse had been picked because he'd be particularly helpful. The destrier was likely a spy, instructed to watch Raven carefully, and report on his actions the moment they returned to Stone.
Best of luck with that. In the second note, addressed to Philip Willow, Raven had written, "The castle keys are in the cellar. See that Eric Spindle and Tiernan Hawthorne don't freeze to death." And in the third, addressed to Elm, Raven had penned a single wobbly line. "I'll see you soon." Dawn was creeping upon them, the pressure behind Raven's eyes reminding him that he had been awake for far too long. It seemed like a cruel joke that only a day had passed since he'd dug up the Shepherd King's sword. It felt like a week ago. He brought the nightmare to the cellar off the stairs, with the stag carved above its door, and waited outside for the monster to change out of Elspeth's tattered dress. Somewhere above, the castle bell rang. 5 tolls. When the nightmare stepped out of the cellar, he was garbed head to toe in black, spare attire Jesper had left behind. He looked as Elspeth had when they'd disguised her as a highwayman on their way to steal Wayland Pine's iron gate card. A knot choked up Raven's throat. "Who will be joining us on our fair quest?" the nightmare drawled. "Jesper and another destrier. Gorse. But first we go to Castle U. I need to know Emery is safe." He rolled his neck, joints popping. "I aim to ask the Ivy brothers to accompany us as well." The knowing, mocking smile that so often snaked in the corners of the nightmare's mouth slipped. "Good. We'll need at least one spare." "What do you mean?" He didn't answer. "This destrier, Gorse. Can he be trusted?" "No. The king bade me to bring him. The spirit can eat him for all I care." The word king held an acidic note. It was not lost on the nightmare. He pushed past Raven. "Careful, Captain. Your stony veneer is rubbing thin." Raven caught his arm. The nightmare had pulled his, Elspeth's, hair into a short plait. Raven blinked, tracing the plait once, twice, then a third time. "You cut her hair?" The nightmare jerked out of his grasp. "It was matted with blood." Raven peered back through the cellar's open door. A pair of scissors sat upon the old wooden table. There were chunks of dark hair on the floor. Whatever crossed his face stopped the nightmare in his tracks. The monster peered through narrowed eyes, dropping his gaze to Raven's knotted hands. "It will grow back," he said slowly. Raven pushed ahead without another word. When he passed a black horse tapestry, he ripped it off the wall with a violent yank, dusting his shoulders with mortar. He threw it to the ground, the iron rod striking stone with a loud clang. If he had known a way to rip the Shepherd King out of Elspeth and throw him on the floor, he'd have done that too. The destriers waited for him near the castle doors, shifting like nervous horses at the sight of the nightmare. Gorse stood apart, arms crossed over his chest, looking less than thrilled to be selected for the journey. "I'm off on the king's orders," Raven said, his voice echoing against the walls. He locked his hands behind his back, sure to look each destrier in the eye. "Keep to your patrols, your training. Do as you would had I remained." A destrier in the back stepped forward. Oak. "Who shall we defer to in your absence, Captain?" "Whichever Rowan, Elm, or the king sees fit to answer you." The destriers exchanged glances. Lyndon spoke, the scars on his neck stark in the early light. "You're not bringing Prince Renelm with you?" "No." Raven heaved a breath. "I will return as soon as I can. Be wary, destriers. Be clever. Be good." the nightmare mocked from behind his back. They left on horseback. The nightmare chose a black palfrey from the stable. When he mounted, the horse's nostrils went wide, its skin rippling with noticeable distress. It reared, but the nightmare kept his seat. They tore through the bailey and over the drawbridge, first Gorse, then the nightmare. Raven rode last. He allowed himself one final look at Stone. There were few people in the bailey. No one watched them ride away. No one, save two tall men. One wore a golden cloak that caught the wind, and the other a plain black tunic. The king and— Raven's stomach plummeted into his boots. Elm. The nightmare slowed his pace. When he looked back at Elm, his voice drifted in the air. Oil and honey and poison.
Neither Rowan nor you, but somewhere between. A pale tree in winter, neither red, gold, nor green. Black hides the bloodstain, forever his mark. Alone in the castle, Prince of the Dark.
Part 2. To Barter. Chapter 17. Elspeth. In the water, neither awake nor asleep, I drifted through memories not my own. I was a boy in richly woven clothes, standing in a wood. There were others with me. We turned through the trees with no path, our voices raised to the treetops, each person uttering their own beseech.
Grant me health, spirit. Bless me with good harvest. I will take Larch as my namesake for a blessing, great spirit of the wood.
Salt filled my nose, tickling it. I found a gnarled tree away from the crowd and put my hand on it. Pain touched my arms. When I looked down, my veins were black as ink. I closed my eyes, magic all around me, in me. 100 voices filled my ears. Not human voices, but another chorus, one of discord yet harmony, that spoke almost always in rhyming words. It was my magic, my gift to hear them. I'd been born with the fever. I could always talk to the trees. Your name tree is cunning, they said. Its shadow unknown. It bends without breaking, though only half grown. The prince becomes king, and the king takes the throne. Will you come to the wood when blunder's your own? I will, I whispered. What blessing do you ask, young Taxis? For the spirit of the wood to help me make Blunder a kingdom of abundance, of magic, that she might give me the tools I need to shepherd the land and its people. The tree groaned beneath my hand, branches moving of their own accord until they all pointed west. The next tree did the same, and the one after it. On and on. They pointed me home. When I reached the cusp of the meadow outside my father's castle, I waited. Then, near the seedling tree I'd planted on my 7th name day, something materialized in front of me. A stone, as tall and wide as a table. Upon it was a sword. It caught the midday light, shining like a beacon. Carved intricately upon the hilt was an image. A shepherd's staff. Chapter 18. Elm. Elm watched the party ride away, Raven's note crumpling in his hand. I'll see you soon. He pushed his hair out of his eyes and turned, keeping the gap between himself and his father wide. Was this your doing? The king's gaze was fixed on the road ahead, his cloak billowing in the chill autumn air. You're my son. You belong here. You never cared where I was or what I did before. I had little reason to until now. The king shot him a sidelong glance. I'm told you sent the guards away from Ione Hawthorne's door last night, and that you spoke with her.
Elm clenched his jaw. The king's timbre resembled the bark of one of his hounds.
Her family are vile, treasonous vultures. What Tiern said at the inquest was true enough.
Elm weighed his words.
Kill her, and people will talk. They'll find out about Hoth, and about who you put him in bed with for a nightmare card. Perhaps your court will take a harder look at you, father. They'll see, for a man so wholly condemning of the infection, that you sure keep interesting company. Orith Willow, Raven, infected.
Displeasure deepened the lines in the king's face.
What,
he said, wine on his bitter breath,
would you have me do?
It began to rain. Elm winced against it, shrouding his voice in disinterest.
Keep Ione Hawthorne close. She can give your excuses for Hoth's absence, a symbol that all is as it ever was. For now.
In the distance, thunder rolled. The king's hand was ungloved, swollen and calloused, brutalized with age and years of swordplay. With it, he took the crown from his head, examined it.
It rattles me to the bones seeing your brother,
he said in a low voice.
Even with his black horse and scythe, he broke so easily.
He winced against the wind.
Life is fragile. The line of kings, fragile.
Elm had never spoken to his father like this, just the two of them, trading quiet words. Not ever. It made his skin crawl.
Is that why Raven goes and I must remain? A pretense of strength. Use your brain,
the king snapped.
We may pretend at it, but nothing is as it was. Even should Hoth wake and face the kingdom once more, his spine is in tatters. He will never sire an heir. The physicians are certain.
He took Elm by the shoulder, his fingers prodding into weary, aching muscle.
I have blunder to think of. 500 years of rule to think of.
Elm stared into his father's eyes, the words burning in his throat.
And so you reach deep into your pile of shit and pull the second prince back into the light.
The king's grip tightened.
The throne of blunder is Rowan. It is under our namesake tree that the deck will be united. The mist will be lifted, the infection cured. When I die, I will be buried with my father and grandfather and their grandfathers in the Rowan Grove.
His gaze dropped to the crown in his other hand.
And you, Renelm, will be the one to take my place.
Elm jerked out of his father's grasp. His body was screaming, denying. Bile churned, escaping up his throat into his mouth.
I don't want your throne. Hoth may yet. He may. No. He will not.
The king placed the crown back onto his head. He looked weathered, the wind and rain washing all pretense from him. He was just a drunk old man, grieving. And somehow, that made it so much worse. Anger, Elm had come to expect. His father had always been a man of wrath and an abrupt, exacting temper. But this resignation, Elm did not know it, could not stomach it. He pulled away from the king.
Where are you going? To see Jesper. She left with Emery this morning for Castle U.
Raven, Jesper, now Emery gone. Elm bit the inside of his cheek and kept going.
hail pelting him as he crossed back into the bailey. "I'll expect you at court tonight," his father called into the wind. "I won't be there." "You will, Renelm. You'll resign as Destrier, and you and Ione Hawthorne will pretend all is as it ever was, until I am ready to announce your succession and her execution."
Elm slept the day away. He might have rolled over onto his stomach and slept through the night as well. But the echoing clamor of dinner in the great hall swept up the stairs. He woke with a start, heart pounding, sweat on his brow and chest, certain there was something he must do, something he'd forgotten. Hawthorne. He ripped the blankets off. Raven and Jesper and Emery might be gone, but Elm was far from aimless. He'd no desire to twiddle his thumbs and wait for his father to christen him heir. He had a promise to keep, a maiden card to find. He stripped and scrubbed himself clean with cold water, wondering with a shiver what would happen if the king sought to kill Ione Hawthorne before they found her maiden card. Would she die? Or would the maiden's magic heal her, even from a fatal blow? His stomach knotted at the thought. He left his chamber in a fresh black tunic and hurried down the corridor, gnashing his teeth against the raucous sound of court wafting through the castle. He knew what he would find in the great hall. Men slipping Providence cards between their fingers, talking too loudly of magic and money and card trade. Mothers ready to thrust their daughters onto his arm. His own father, grunting into his goblet, surveying his court as if everything he held in his pitiless green eyes was owed to him. "You look like you're about to hurl yourself down those stairs, Prince," a voice called from behind. Elm's hand crashed into his pocket. He tapped velvet only twice before his brain caught up with his fingers. "Spirit and trees, Hawthorne. You have to stop doing that." Ione stood half in shadow, half in light. "Sorry," she said, not sounding sorry at all. "I'd thought you'd heard me." Her hair was fastened in a tight knot at the nape of her neck, and someone had given her a new dress. It was dark, grayish blue, the color of deep, icy water. It hugged her poorly, marring the shape of her curved body. The fabric bunched at her neck, secured by a gray ribbon just below her jaw. Collar-like. Two figures emerged out of shadow behind Ione. They weren't the same sentries from her chamber door last night. They stood too tall, too broad to be castle guards. And, unlike the castle guards, when they beheld Elm, they didn't cower. Destriers. Alan Moss and, to Elm's bottomless chagrin, Royce Linden. "Gents," Elm said, offering them a mocking bow. They lowered their heads in reply. Moss's eyes dropped. Linden's didn't. "They've moved you to the royal wing, I see," Elm said to Ione. His gaze returned to the Destriers. "And you are—" "Miss Hawthorne's guards," Linden replied. "Not anymore. I'll see to that." The Destriers exchanged a glance, and Linden's voice hardened. "The king wants a keen eye kept on her, lest she try to escape." "I have 2 eyes, and they're keen enough." Elm pulled his scythe out of his pocket, a quiet threat. "You're dismissed, Destriers. Enjoy your evening." Moss hurried down the hall. Linden's pace was slower. He muttered something that sounded like, "Bloody git," as he passed, his eyes narrow as they darted between Elm and Ione. Ione watched him go. Her face conveyed little, but Elm searched it anyway. When she caught him looking, he fixed his mouth with a lazy smile and offered her his arm. "I should warn you, I'm a horrid dinner companion." Ione's hand pressed into his sleeve. The smell of her hair, floral, sweet, filled his nose.
That makes us a pair.
They walked in silence to the grand stairwell. The steward opened his mouth to announce them, but was quieted by a flick of Elm's wrist. Still, heads turned in their wake. Conversations went quiet as Elm and Ione, whom they all still assumed to be the future queen, strode down the stairs. There were smiles, bows. Elm returned none of them. Neither did Ione. Elm peered down at her dark, shapeless dress.
Insulted the tailor, have we?
The tailor?
Your attire.
His gaze swept down her body.
It's a bit...
Ione's voice went flat. Please continue. I live and breathe to hear your opinion of my gown, Prince Renelm.
If you could even call it that.
Elm plucked at the ribbon along her neck, his finger grazing the underside of her jaw.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
All my dresses are back at Hawthorne House. Your father sent this one to my room.
With his 2 dimmest destriers in tow, I see.
Ahead, music swelled in the great hall, the climax of a jig. Then your ploy during the inquest was a success.
To a point.
Elm leaned down, his voice in her ear.
My father wishes to keep everything under his thumb, including you.
He grimaced.
And, more effectively, me. We're to pretend nothing happened, speak nothing of your cousin or uncle or father, and certainly nothing of Hoth.
Ione raised her brows. What excuse am I to give for my betrothed's absence?
Hoth is ill, but recovering.
The great hall was loud. The king's court well into their cups. Some remained seated while others gathered in groups, swaying to the music. Voices clamored against stone walls. Cheeks flushed and clothes shifted from dancing, the hall rife with forfeit sobriety. The king's table was lifted on a dais similar to the one in the throne room. From it, green eyes watched. When Elm faced them, he noted the demand, expectancy, and annoyance stamped across his father's face. He knew what the king wanted. On his right side, in the seat that had only ever been Hoth's, there was a vacancy. An empty chair. The High Prince's chair. Elm pinned Ione's hand against his arm. There was no way in hell he was going up there alone. She scowled down at his hand. What are you?
One last stipulation, Hawthorne,
he said through tight lips. He shot his father a void smile, pulling Ione with him to the dais.
If you want free reign of the castle, I am to be your chaperone.
Her exhale was a hiss. When they stood before the king, chins tilting in stiff reverence, Ione's eyes were so cold, Elm felt a pinch of guilt for dragging her up there. The king's displeasure was poorly masked. Still, he offered a curt nod, eyes flickering to his court, aware he was being watched. His gaze returned to Ione, bleary yet narrow, lingering a moment too long over her body, her poorly fitting dress. The corner of his lip twitched. In that moment, he looked all the world like Hoth. Elm slammed his hand into his pocket. Only this time the scythe's velvet edge did nothing to soothe him. But 3 taps, and he could make his father roll his eyes so far back into his head he'd stop seeing straight. His finger twitched against the red card's velvet edge, the idea headier than any wine. Ione merely held the king's gaze, the frost in her eyes shifting to disinterest. She yawned.
Sit,
the king barked at them. The only empty chair was Hoth's. On its right sat Aldous Beach, the king's treasurer, along with his wife and son. Elm didn't bother to glance at them.
Shove over.
Beach's eyes, already too large for his head, bulged. But sire, The king has gifted us these seats.
I don't give a flying
What Prince Renel means, Ione said, her voice easy, is that while he merely warms Prince Hoth's seat, that seat, she said, gesturing to the chair under Beech's narrow bottom, belongs to me, your future queen. She threw her gaze over her shoulder at Elm. Unless you'd like to see me take my seat atop the prince's lap. Beech's eyes widened further, as did his wife's and son's. They attempted no further argument. Fleeing either her beauty or wrath, the Beech family vacated not only Ione's seat, but the dais altogether. There was no getting comfortable. Elm half expected spikes to shoot out of Hoth's chair and impale him, the wood sensing his master's absence, conscious that the spare had taken his place. What Ione had said about sitting in his lap hadn't helped him settle. Elm ate quickly, waiting for his father to be distracted so that he and Ione might slip away from the wretched dais and continue their search for her maiden card. But his father's focus was never long spent. King Rowan spoke to courtiers in grunts and nods, his gaze forward, but Elm was certain he was watching him. He was like a schoolmaster, waiting for his least favorite pupil to step out of line. When the gong chimed 10 times, Elm let out a groan.
Ugh, what a waste of time.
You're in a mood, Ione said into her goblet. Her heart-shaped mouth stained red along the inside of her lips.
I'm always in a mood.
A family trait, perhaps. That set his teeth on edge.
You're not half as funny as you think you are, Hawthorne.
She took another drink. I wouldn't know where to start, making a Rowan laugh. Elm pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes.
I'm sorry, I'm being an ass.
He flung a hand toward the great hall.
It comes easy in this place.
So your terrible mood has nothing to do with the party that left the castle this morning? The one with Elspeth and Raven Ewe? Elm lifted his head from his hands, his eyes slow to focus. He ran his thumb along the rim of his goblet.
Who told you that?
The destrier with marks on his face, Lyndon. She touched the high collar of her dress. I think he thought it might hurt me, knowing my cousin was free of the castle and I wasn't.
Did it?
It might have, once. I might have cried for the loneliness of it all. Her voice frosted over. But I don't cry anymore. The pinch of guilt Elm had felt for dragging her up to the dais wrenched. He looked out over the great hall. Most of the court was still seated at the long table, their goblets ever full, tended by servants who expertly wove through the hall. Those who stood came in a slow line to the dais, offering words of praise to his father and his council, or asking after Hoth. They should have been looking for Ione's maiden card, not wasting the evening on pageantry. Once, he'd thought it necessary. He'd told Elspeth Spindle as much on market day.
It's pageantry that keeps us looking like everyone else.
Elm drained his goblet, then reached for Ione's, using the opportunity to speak into her ear.
I have another idea how we might find your card.
His breath stirred a loose strand of hair that framed her face.
But you may not care for it.
I don't care for anything anymore, Prince. That's entirely the problem. It was loud in the great hall. No one would find it strange that Elm might speak so near her ear. What was strange was Ione's quick intake of breath when he'd leaned close, the brush of pink in her cheeks, the goose flesh along the nape of her neck. Elm noted them all. It seemed, despite her many protestations, Ione Hawthorne could feel some things. He hadn't heard the shuffling of feet. Shadows danced in Elm's periphery. He was still looking at Ione's neck when a feminine voice from below the dais said, "Good evening, Prince Renelm." Elm pulled back, dragged his eyes forward. Wayland Pine, with his wife and their 3 daughters, stood before the king, the eldest slightly ahead of the rest. It was she who had spoken. Elm couldn't for the life of him remember her name. Like the Pines, the king was waiting for Elm to respond, wearing a glower that conveyed just how little effort it would take to reach over and throttle his son in front of them. Pageantry. Elm winked at his father, fixing his face with his custom brand of petulant, courtly charm. The Pine family! How delightful! He turned to Wayland. I was sorry to hear about your Iron Gate card. His bruised hand flexed beneath the table. Nasty things, highwaymen. Wayland Pine, the poor bastard, looked close to tears at the mention of the Providence card Raven had rid him of several weeks ago. Thank you, my prince. He bowed, his hand on his eldest daughter's back, pushing her slightly forward. You remember Farah, my eldest? Elm hardly did. Of course. Are you long at Stone, Miss Pine? Farah's eyes flickered to the king. For a week, your grace. For the feasts. For which we are most grateful to be invited. Wayland chimed. Another bow. The king raised a hand, acceptance and dismissal in a single gesture. The Pines shuffled away, Farah bidding Elm a backward glance. What feasts? He said to his father, watching the Pines disappear into the crowd. The king leaned back in his chair. Beginning tomorrow night, there will be 6 feasts. On the 6th, you will choose a wife. It came quickly, Elm's rage. Like flames licking through a grate. He felt heat all over him. He tried to swallow it, but the pain of it was already there. His palms hurt. His eyes burned. His molars pressed so hard into each other they felt fused. For an instant, he considered flipping the table over. If the king felt his fury, he made no note of it. Your time under Raven's wing has ended. I should have married you off years ago. With that, the king severed the discussion. He stood from his seat, everyone on the dais besides Elm and Ione standing in reverence as they watched the king and the 2 destriers who shadowed him quit the great hall. Elm felt reckless. He opened his mouth to call after his father, to unleash some of the venom pooling on his tongue, but a hand on his arm stopped him. You have the look of someone who's about to break something, Ione said in an even voice. He wanted to. Elm didn't know what, but he vowed something would shatter. Ione's grip on his arm tightened, so tight that when she stood, she pulled Elm with her. Come, Prince. Let's get drunk. Chapter 19. Raven. The journey from Stone to Castle U was an hour's ride. They made it in nearly half the time. Better to ride fast and let the wind fill Raven's ears than suffer another word out of the nightmare's mouth. The U's had always said their home was haunted, that the stone figures in the statuary wandered at night, and the images threaded into Castle U's tapestries shifted one day to the next, that the torches flickered with no draught to shake them, and the wood floors groaned out the name of whoever tread upon them. The castle was eerie, though never terrifying. If anything, the spectral estate made Raven's family laugh. They joked that the ghosts had grown so bored by the house's current occupants that they'd been driven to restlessness. But if there were ghosts in Castle U, they weren't starved for sport now. The house seemed to freeze, unearthly still, when the creature with yellow eyes stepped through the door. The nightmare strolled into the castle ahead of Raven and Gorse. He wove his fingers together, pressing them until the joints popped. His yellow eyes drifted toward the great hall, up wood panel walls to the vaulted ceilings. Then, with an unimpressed sigh, he slipped down a corridor and disappeared. Gorse grunted and retreated to the east wing,
where the destriers stayed when they came for training. Raven's parents and their steward, John Thistle, hurried out of the great hall. His mother, Maurette's gaze was wide.
"Was that?"
Yes. Raven stripped off his gloves and threw them onto the floor.
"The one and only Shepherd King. Save yourself the agony of speaking with him. He's remarkably vile."
"I might be too, after living 500 years, muttered Thistle. Raven glanced to the dark stairwell.
Jess and Emery? They arrived safely?
"They're resting upstairs."
"It's happening, then."
His father, Fenrir, had eyes that were like Jesper's, warm, deep brown. They searched Raven's face.
"The king has released Emery. For good. He'll be safe on Solstice."
Raven gave a curt nod.
"Which means King Rowan has decided Elspeth's blood will unite the deck."
Maurette's voice was soft, but the weight of her words slammed into Raven so hard he found himself biting down. He turned away from his parents, back out Castle U's doors.
"Emery and Elspeth will be safe on Solstice,"
he said. To them, to himself.
"I'll see to it."
The short walk to the armory felt longer, quieter, without Elm at Raven's side. He found Peter and Wick Ivy, his trusted highwaymen, arguing over a whetstone. Their eyes lit when he told them he, Jesper, Gorse, and the Shepherd King were leaving the next morning for the Twin Alders. Wick didn't wait to be asked. He volunteered straight away to join.
"Gotten fond of pinching old Providence cards," he said, a few gaps in his smile for teeth lost in brawls.
"It won't be like stalking the forest road and ambushing caravans,"
Raven warned.
"The wood we travel into. No one's been there for centuries. I don't know what awaits us."
"Don't worry, Captain."
Peter patted Raven's back hard enough to make him cough.
"We'll hold your hand when you get scared."
Raven spent the remainder of the day in Emery's room, reading to him, keeping the fire warmer than it needed to be just to see a flush in his brother's face. Only after dusk had fallen and Jesper taken his place at their brother's bedside did Raven go looking for the nightmare. He was in the meadow, near the ruins tucked away behind Castle U's unkempt gardens, swathed in mist and sunset's usual grayness. He sat in grass beneath the shadow of a yew tree, his eyes distant. He cradled something in his lap.
"You've been digging,"
he murmured. Raven glanced at the chamber at the edge of the meadow.
"I found your sword. And your bones. So the thief becomes a grave robber."
The nightmare's gaze dropped to his lap.
"You might have availed yourself of this too. I imagine it has some value yet."
Raven stepped forward, his brow lowering. He realized the thing cradled with delicate care upon the nightmare's lap was a crown. A golden crown that had long lost its sheen. Caked in soil, its markings were difficult to discern, though it seemed to have the same intricate, woven design as the hilt of the sword Raven had pried from the chamber's earthen floor. As if reading his thoughts, the nightmare looked up.
"Where is it? My sword?" "In my room." "I'd like it back."
Raven returned to the castle. When he trudged back into the meadow, he threw the Shepherd King's sword onto the grass.
"I'm not a bloody grave robber."
The nightmare unfurled a single finger and traced the blade's hilt. Wind whispered through the yew trees, and Raven looked up. If he tapped his mirror card and waited, he was certain he'd see Tilly, watching them.
I met your daughter. The one with braids in her hair and eyes like yours. Tilly. The nightmare's shoulders tightened. He kept his eyes on the sword. You'd be wise not to use the mirror card so recklessly, Raven, you. To see beyond the veil is a perilous thing. She told me you're seeking revenge for what the first Rowan King did to you. A smile crept over his lips. Raven hated the sight of it. Your daughter's spirit has waited 500 years in that tree for you. All your children wait. When the nightmare turned, his smile was gone. I, too, have waited. To kill the Rowans. My aim is vast. There are many truths to unveil in the wood. Circles that began centuries ago will finally loop. He let out a sigh. Though I fear, with so many idiots around me, that I must do everything myself. Raven's tongue tripped over a flood of curses. He took a steadying breath. What is your plan for when we return with the Twin Alders card? The nightmare wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword. He cocked his head to the side, surveying Raven like a wolf might a sick, mewling fawn. I told your uncle he would have my blood to unite the deck on Solstice, did I not? You did, but you are certainly a liar. Even under a chalice you lie. We have that in common. I'm nothing like you, parasite. But you are. The nightmare's laugh echoed through the meadow. More than you know. His gaze flickered over Raven's face. Though undoubtedly, I am better rested. When was the last time you slept a night through? Raven braced himself with his arms, coating his words with spite. When I was with Elspeth. He turned. We meet here at dawn. The nightmare's voice held him back. Bring the maiden card from your collection. We'll need it for the journey. The maiden. The pink Providence card with the rose upon it. You know the one. Or maybe you don't. Your observational skills have proven abysmal. I know which card. Raven pulled in a breath and counted to 3. Why the hell would we need a maiden? The nightmare tapped his fingernails over the crown in his lap. Pray that we don't. Raven's eyes lifted to the chamber, and because every conversation with the Shepherd King seemed to drag up the past, he said, On the subject of Providence cards, he nodded at the dark window. I found 2 in there when I was a boy. I bled onto the stone, and it opened for me. He reached into his pocket and retrieved his mirror and nightmare cards. These were inside. Those yellow eyes grew distant. And? Did you put them there? No. Who did? He paused. Was it one of your children? The nightmare did not speak. He had gone still, unmoving, unblinking, staring into nothingness. Hello? No answer. Raven drew a finger over his nightmare card. When the monster remained unfocused, he tapped the card 3 times. There was a bite of salt. Then Raven pushed the magic outward, not to speak to the nightmare, but to search the dark chamber of his mind. Elspeth, where are you? The nightmare's stillness broke, his gaze snapping into focus. He rose to his feet and, with impressive might, shoved Raven to the ground. Salt fled Raven's senses as his head slammed onto grass. The cold, blunt tip of the nightmare's sword scraped over his throat. I told you once before, stupid bird, you must come invited into her mind. And I told you I would find her when we were out of stone. Raven's hands were fists in the grass. It is injustice enough that the spirits of your children keep wait while you, monstrous, remain. But Elspeth is not a spirit you can ignore. She is not dead. Let her out. Even in the darkening meadow, those yellow eyes flared. They were the only part of the nightmare not consumed by the shadow of the yew tree, as if he were the tree itself, and the shadow.
Do you never think beyond your own selfish wants, Raven, you? He snarled.
If I called her out of darkness into my terrible mind, it would pain her. You cannot imagine the rage that comes with having no control over your own thoughts, your own body. You, traitorous thing, who have never truly ceded authority. Liar, thief, immune to the chalice and scythe, you know nothing of losing control. His lips twisted, snarl leading to a smile. But you will. You will learn, just as I did, what it feels like to lose yourself in the wood.
Chapter 20. Elm. The first thing Ione did when they got to the yard was hand Elm the full flagon of wine she'd smuggled out of the great hall. The second was to rip her dress. She used both hands, tearing the neckline down to her sternum, destroying the stifling collar. The fabric made a sharp sound, buttons flying, powerless against her impressive yank. Elm stopped drinking.
I could have helped with that.
Ione gave her version of a smile, which was hardly a twitch of muscle in the corners of her mouth. Maybe it was all she was capable of. Or maybe she simply didn't want to give him the satisfaction of making her smile. She took the wine back. Developed a taste for removing my clothes, have you, Prince? That shut him up. Elm looked away. He wanted to break things, and her, ripping her dress like that, only maddened the desire. Is this what you usually do? She asked, watching as he took a discarded javelin off the ground and shattered it against the nearby sparring post. When you're drunk and angry? Elm snatched the flagon out of her hand.
Among other things.
Such as? He met her gaze over the rim.
Can't you guess?
If the maiden allowed Ione a flush, it was too dark in the yard to note it. She sucked her teeth. I hope you don't plan on talking to Farrah Pine the way you talk to me. She's sweet. Elm handed her back the wine.
You don't care how I talk to Farrah Pine.
She sighed. No, I don't. Another javelin. Shattered.
Just as well. I won't be speaking to any of the women on my father's list, her included.
You had an easy enough time back at the Great Hall, Ione said. For a moment, you almost sounded charming, if not a little
roguish, utterly irresistible.
She drank, a bead of red liquid lingering on her bottom lip. Angry. Under it all, you sounded angry. Elm stepped closer, suppressing the urge to run his finger over her lip and wipe the wine away.
I am angry. I think, if I'm honest, I've been angry all my life.
Ione's eyes were honed, searching the pages of him. When the silence between them sharpened to a point, she took a deep breath. Then be angry, Prince. She handed the wine back to him. It looks well on you.
Careful.
Elm brushed his thumb along the flagon's wet rim, where her mouth had been.
That sounded an awful lot like a compliment.
I prefer to think of it as advice.
I'm sure you do.
He took a drink.
But you'll forgive me if I have a difficult time taking advice on how to feel from a woman who can't even muster a smile.
She gave half a shrug. Give me something to smile about.
I can think of a few.
He saw it in her eyes, the flash of surprise, the widening of her pupils, and while the maiden shielded her expression, it didn't mask it entirely. There were still glints of something. Ione Hawthorne could feel something. Of that, Elm was certain. She ignored his remark with a dismissive tilt of her chin. I used to smile. I had little lines here. She ran a finger, a gentle brush stroke, from the crease in her nose to the corner of her mouth. From laughing, she touched the outside of her eye. Here as well. They're gone now, of course, but I used to smile. I used to laugh. Elm's eyes remained on her face, the smoothed-out terrain of her skin.
I remember,
he said quietly. She scowled up at him and snatched the wine back, the dark liquid sloshing in the flagon. No, you don't. I'd wager all my money you never once glanced at me before equinox. She winced down a gulp. If I had any money to wager. Wagers, barters, games. That's what it boiled down to with Ione Hawthorne. Every look was a challenge, every question a test, a measurement. To what end, Elm wasn't certain, but it made him tighten, chest to groin, knowing he wanted to play her games. And maybe it was the wine or the way those hazel eyes pinned him in place, but he wasn't ashamed to admit he'd do terrible, terrible things to win. He fixed his mouth with a lazy smile. Just as well you have no money. I'd take every last coin. Ione watched him over the lip of the flagon. You're full of shit, Prince. Elm stepped closer to take the wine back, only this time his fingers folded over hers along the flagon's silver handle. He leaned in, his voice a low scrape. You don't think I noticed you, Ione? A breath hastened through the slim part between her lips. Not before the maiden. Men like you do not take pleasure in yellow flowers when there are roses in your garden. I don't take pleasure in either. Horticulture's not exactly a strong suit. When she rolled her eyes, Elm tightened his hand over hers. Wager something you do have, if you're so sure. Their faces were close now. So close, Elm could see the frayed threads along the collar where Ione had ripped her dress. They danced along her throat, her sternum, the swell of her breasts, moving with the rapid up-and-down tide of her breathing. His eyes lifted to her face. She was watching him, and though her mouth bore no smile, there was a glimmer of satisfaction, of triumph, in her hazel gaze. A kiss, she murmured. If you can prove you remember me before equinox, I'll kiss you. If you can't, I get 5 minutes with your scythe. When he found it, Elm's voice was rough. No kiss is worth 5 minutes with a scythe, not even from you. 1 minute, then. The urge to reach out and snag her face, to press the tips of his fingers into her cheeks and watch her lips part for him, took considerable effort to banish. Elm caught Ione's hand instead, slapping his palm against hers in a handshake. Deal. No one was there to see them slip out of the yard into a servant's passage. The long, winding corridors housed only shadows. For the time it took them to reach the cellar, Elm and Ione were utterly alone, as if the castle belonged only to them. Please don't be locked, Elm muttered when they reached the door. The handle to the cellar turned. The hearth hadn't been lit, and the dogs were elsewhere. Elm moved to the shelf, the space so familiar that, even half drunk, He had no trouble finding a lantern and the fire striker. The flame bloomed, too bright, then dimmer. Ione stood in the doorway. "What is this place?"
"Somewhere we won't be overheard."
Elm headed back to the door. When he passed Ione, he made sure no part of his body touched hers.
"Light a fire, will you? I prefer to be comfortable when I play games and win wagers."
He turned toward the stairs.
"Where the hell are you going?" she called after him.
The indignation in her voice made the corner of Elm's mouth curl.
"A chalice, Miss Hawthorne. I'm going to fetch us a chalice card."
The fire was alive and breathing by the time Elm got back. Ione sat on her knees, stoker in hand, tending the flames. There was soot on her fingertips. "You took your time." Elm's arms were full. A chalice card, a new flagon of wine, a silver cup, a loaf of olive bread stolen from the kitchens. The last item was from the library, an hourglass he and Raven used when they played chess.
"I came prepared."
He hurried to the hearth, the castle's chill settling over him like a varnish. He sat cross-legged in front of the fire, opposite Ione, and opened his arms, the hourglass rolling onto the floor. Ione picked it up. "What's this for?"
"Parameters."
He set the flagon of wine, then the cup between them.
"It's dangerous to use a chalice for too long, even if you don't lie."
"You enjoyed my inquest so much you'd like a repeat?" He narrowed his eyes at her.
"We're looking for your maiden, are we not? I thought we might go over Equinox Night, parse the memories you have of your card. You were drunk, yes?"
Her voice was clipped. "Yes."
"And so your memories may not hold true. I'm hoping the chalice will stop you if you venture into a memory that might be false. If it proves unsuccessful, there are other cards in my father's vault that may help us narrow our search."
"If it's my memories you want, why not use the bloody nightmare card my father gifted the king?" Elm pulled the chalice card from his pocket.
"This,"
he said, waving it in her face,
"was in the armory, left over from yesterday. The nightmare card is currently being used in Hoth's chamber by the physicians attempting to revive him. Would you like to go there and ask them for it?"
Her mouth drew into a fine line.
"Neither would I. And so, we begin with the damn chalice."
Ione ran a finger over the curved shape of the hourglass, tilting it so that a few grains spilled into the second half. "It feels rather unfair, seeing as I've already endured an inquest, to be the only one put under the chalice."
"You won't be. I'll be joining you."
When the corners of Ione's mouth twitched, a smile slid over Elm's mouth.
"How else am I to prove I remember you and win our little wager?"
"Then let us be equal. For every question I answer about Equinox, you must answer one of your own." Elm was aware, somewhere in the back of his head, that this was a terrible idea. He had far too many secrets, and none of them pleasant. But the cellar was warm, and the wine he'd consumed in the yard had settled into him. He didn't want to break anything anymore. This terrible idea felt unreasonably good.
"All right."
"Any topics you wish me to avoid, Prince?" Raven, Emery, the Shepherd King, his childhood, his brother, his father, the impending doom of his life should he be forced to marry a stranger, forced to become king. Elm swallowed.
"Nothing is off limits."
Ione tapped her fingers on the stone floor. "And our wager? When do I get my minute with your scythe?"
"That,"
Elm said, a low laugh humming in his throat,
"we can save for last."
He dipped the flagon, filling the cup with wine.
"Think of it as a reward."
That seemed to please her, not that her face showed it. But she lifted her chin and stretched her arms over her head, loosening herself. Then she turned the hourglass over and placed it on the stone floor between them. The sand began to fall. Elm took the turquoise card into his palm and kept his eyes on Ione. "Ready?" She nodded. He tapped the chalice, watching Ione's throat as she tipped her head back and drank from the cup. When she winced down the wine, she passed it to him. Elm hesitated only a moment, partially because the chalice always turned the wine sour, partially because of the low, hot twinge in his gut that told him, after this, there was no going back. Once laid bare to Ione Hawthorne, he would forever be laid bare, just as Raven had laid himself bare to Elspeth. And look where that had gotten him. Elm winced at the thought. Then, before Ione could note his hesitation, he threw his head back and drained the cup. The wine coated his tongue, so bitter he coughed. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I hate that part." "Under a chalice often?" "Mercifully, no. And that," he said, pointing a finger in her face, "was your first question. Now it's my turn." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Where's your maiden card?" Her sigh came out a low, irritated hiss. "You'll have to do better than that, Prince. I simply don't know." Elm crossed his arms, feeling like a sullen boy under her withering stare. "How is that possible?" "It's my turn." Eyes never leaving his, Ione pressed a finger into her bottom lip, weighing, measuring. "Why didn't you go with your cousin Raven and the others this morning?" "Straight for the throat, then." Elm ran a hand over his face. "I wasn't invited to join them. Forbade, actually." "Why?" "My turn, Hawthorne." This time, he chose his words well. "What can you remember from Equinox?" Ione's expression remained smooth, though her shoulders stiffened. "I remember sitting on the dais, just as I did tonight. Everyone was coming up to offer Hoth and me congratulations on the engagement. There was talk of my father's nightmare card. I was trying to speak to Hoth, trying to know him, but for every question I asked him, every bit of exuberance or enthusiasm I tended, I gained a bit of his scorn." Her voice quieted. "I saw it, plain on his face, that he didn't know how to talk to me, merely look at me, and only after I was using the maiden card. He said, like I'd surprised him in an unpleasant way, 'You are very animated, Miss Hawthorne.'" He's a bloody idiot. Ione didn't seem to hear him. "I was nervous, and Hoth kept signaling servants to fill my goblet. I drank, and the rest of the night is fuzzy, measured only in glimpses. I remember I was cold, that there was cracked stone beneath my hand." Her voice softened. "Mostly, I remember the sharp feeling of salt in my nose." Elm's gaze snapped to her face. "From the mist? Or something else?" Ione lifted an idle finger to her torn collar, tracing the frayed edge. Just like in the corridor last night, when the subject of losing her maiden card on Equinox was broached, she didn't meet Elm's eye. He'd assumed she'd misplaced it in a state of celebratory folly. But the salt and this reluctance to look at him. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Like Elm had opened a door he shouldn't have. A door that kept dark, unspoken things tucked away. He had a door of his own just like it. "Hoth," he said, his voice dangerously low. "Hoth used his scythe on you, didn't he?" Slowly, Ione nodded. "He made sure I was drunk first." She refilled the cup and took a deep drink. "I woke the next morning in his room, still wearing my Equinox dress, and the maiden your father gave me, I was still under its influence, but the card itself, she opened an empty palm, was gone. Elm's jaw ached with strain. Did he? He didn't touch me. He made a point to tell me he hadn't. Not to show restraint or respect, merely to let me know he could have, had he wanted to, and would whenever he liked. I only drew in a long, tired breath. He wouldn't tell me where he'd made me hide my maiden card. I pleaded, but he didn't relent. He said it would be easier, being his betrothed, if I didn't feel things so keenly. Her eyes returned to Elm. Your brother seemed to understand, better than I'd realized, that he was cruel, and that I, his future wife, carried my heart upon my sleeve. He decided, without hesitation, that I should be the one to change and not him. That life would be infinitely better for the both of us if I simply felt nothing at all. Every word came out a curse. He's a brute, Elm said. He does whatever it takes to make a brute of everyone he comes across. That's what he likes. He thought about touching her, but held back. He didn't think she'd want to be comforted by a Rowan. He held her gaze instead, reaching into the ice behind her eyes. I'm sorry he did that to you. I'm sorry no one stopped him. I'm sorry you didn't feel safe enough to say anything. His voice softened. Trees, Hawthorne. I'm sorry. Ione's eyes widened. She went completely still but for her thumb, which ran in slow circles along the rim of the cup. Is that what happened to you? She said, her voice hardly a whisper. No one stopped him. No one was safe enough to tell. And there it was, the cold deep within Elm, the beginning of his inferno, his rage, anger, a lifetime in the making. You've heard the rumors, then? She nodded. He dragged a hand over his face and heaved a long, rattling breath. Raven, he managed. Eventually I told Raven what Hoth was doing to me. And he took you away? Elm nodded, slipping his hand into his pocket, his fingers dragging against velvet. His eyes stung, anger licking up his throat. When my mother died, I inherited her scythe. Suddenly, I wasn't just a boy Hoth could beat and break and use his own scythe on. I could protect myself. So I did. I became better with the red card than he'd ever been. His smile was derisive. And he hated me all the more for it. Ione's thumb had stopped moving on the rim of the cup. Elm forced himself to look at her, daring her to feel sorry for him. But there was no pity in her hazel eyes. She handed Elm the wine. My girlish fancies of marrying a prince were quick to die. Your brother's charm was skin deep. The real Hoth beat and clawed his way through life. Each word was the prick of a pin. Sooner or later, someone was going to claw him back. And my dearest cousin, or what is left of her, was merciless in the task. I'm not sorry he's broken, only that it was not me doing the breaking. Elm took a deep drink. Does that make me wicked? If it does, you and I are the same kind of wicked. The tangled mess in Elm's chest eased. It surprised him to note that the hourglass was more than halfway empty, that he had held a candle to the darkest part of himself, and not once had he tried to lie about it. Ione's brow furrowed.
Why did it take you so long to inherit a scythe?
What do you mean?
You said you inherited your mother's scythe, but there are 4 scythe cards, and the Rowans own them all.
An old lie.
Her brows perked. You don't own all 4 scythes?
Elm shook his head. We only carry 3. 1 for the king, 1 for my brother, and 1 for me. Wherever the 4th scythe rests, it is not with us. We make like it's in the vault, but it isn't.
He took a swill of wine.
I had a lot of catching up to do when I finally inherited the red card.
But you did catch up, Ione said, watching him intently. Quickly. Hair fell into Elm's eyes. He pushed it back, cleared his throat.
I've forgotten whose turn it is to ask a question.
Ione grabbed the wine out of his hand. Yours.
If Hoth was hell-bent on keeping you under the maiden's magic, he'd likely make you hide your card somewhere no one else might touch it. Do you remember going anywhere secluded? Somewhere in the gardens, the vaults, away from the crowd?
It's no use, Prince. The only clear thing I remember is salt and cracked stone beneath my hand. She paused, her tongue passing back and forth over her inner bottom lip. I have a blurry memory of spinning torchlight. I was dancing in the garden with Hoth. There were other male voices nearby. When Hoth dropped my hand and I fell, they laughed, grasped at me. Venom pooled in Elm's mouth. Whatever Ione saw in his face, it was enough to make her pause. I am unharmed, Prince. All in one piece. One icy, heartless piece.
That isn't funny.
Don't grit your teeth so hard. I didn't expect we'd discover my card within the hour. Her eyes dipped to the hourglass. There are a few moments left. Let's talk about something different, something besides my maiden. Elm rubbed his palms on his knees.
Ask me anything.
How old are you?
22 vexing years. And you?
The same, though I imagine my years were easier earned than yours. Her gaze shifted over his black tunic, then back to his face. Elm studied those hazel eyes.
The way you look at me from time to time, it's as if you're searching me. What exactly are you looking for?
Maybe I find you handsome. His lips quirked.
But that's not the only reason you look at me.
Ione's expression was smooth, carved out of marble, giving nothing away. And me, Prince? Do you find me beautiful?
Elm's laugh chafed his throat. There's not a person in this castle who doesn't.
That's half an answer.
So is yours.
Her eyes narrowed. Slowly, Ione said, I've been looking for Hoth in your face. For temper or cruelty or indifference. She leaned forward. But I can't find any. I see guile, tiredness, fear, anger, without a trace of violence. She drew in a breath. You are both Rowans, and less similar than I ever imagined. Elm felt something deep within him stir. He leaned back, resting his weight on his arms, ready to steer the conversation as far away from his brother as it could go.
You said you can't feel anything anymore. Yet I've watched your cheeks go pink. You feel heat, cold, pain. What else can you feel?
The light in the cellar was dim, but not dim enough to mask the faint flush in Ione's cheeks. I can't... She snapped her mouth shut, tried again. No. The chalice didn't let her lie. What intrigued Elm was that she tried to.
Don't fight it. She sucked her bottom lip into her mouth and scowled. For a moment, she looked like she might waste her breath again on lying. But then she took another drink of wine and said, "Desire. I can still feel desire." Elm sat up on an exhale. "And how, Miss Hawthorne, did you discover that?"
It's my turn to ask. He opened his hands, offering himself up. "Do you know where my mother and brothers are?"
The right question, but the wrong choice of words. No. Energy pooled in Elm's palms. He tapped his fingertips on the floor. Wine. He needed more wine. What kind of desire? He dragged the cup out of Ione's hands and refilled it, watching her over the rim as he drank. Spare no detail. He didn't miss the way her eyes flew to the hourglass. The sand was almost gone. She could wait it out, punish him with silence and not answer the question. He deserved it, of course. The subject of desire decidedly unprincely.
My skin feels overwarm, especially here, Ione said, running her thumb down the center of her mouth. And here. Her fingers trailed over ripped fabric below her collarbone. Here. She lowered her hand, pressing it into her dress, just below her navel. Her eyes lifted, crashing into Elm's. Between my legs, a thrumming, unquiet ache. A cruel trick of the maiden, I think. My body is the same as it ever was. I can feel all the physical sensations of attraction. But my heart remains locked. Elm's mouth went dry, the hazy edges of his vision hurtling into sharp focus. He'd watched her hand go down her body, felt his own body respond. Wherever that unquiet ache was, he wanted to find it, touch it, put his mouth on it. He swallowed, his words so rough they scraped out of him. Do you feel it now? When her eyes stayed on his, he knew the answer. Elm dropped his gaze to the hourglass. Empty. He ran the tip of his tongue over his bottom lip. It's time, Hawthorne. Our wager. Ione folded her arms in front of her. Where's your scythe? Elm retrieved it from his pocket, twirling it between his middle and index fingers. All right then, Prince, she said, the needle returning to her voice. Make your case. Prove you remember me before equinox. He smiled. Let's see. Which memory of Ione Hawthorne shall I pull from? He took a long sip of wine, savoring the moment like he did before crushing Raven in chess. How about when you were a girl and rode your father's horse on the forest road without shoes, yellow hair in the wind, mud caked up to your ankles? Or perhaps a more recent time, equinox 2 years ago. No one asked you to dance, so you simply danced alone. Rather well, I might add. Elm set the wine down and leaned forward. Even seated, he towered over her. The smile lines I was fond of. His gaze traced the corners of her mouth, her eyes. Your eyelashes were blonder. You had freckles and red patches of skin, a gap between your front teeth. Your eyes are the only thing the maiden hasn't altered too much. Only before equinox, they were happy. He dipped his chin. A sharp floral scent filled his nose. You were the strangest girl I'd ever seen, because no one at Stone is happy. They pretend at it or drink, but the performance has its tells, but not you. You were painfully real. Ione was frozen. Elm pulled back and slid the chalice card off the floor, holding it up between them. He wouldn't gloat.
but it would be very, very easy.
"Game's over, Hawthorne. Any last words?"
It seemed to hit her at once what he'd said, that she'd lost their wager.
"Go to hell, Prince."
Elm laughed, deep and loud enough to shake the barbs in him.
"You have a wonderful mouth."
He tapped the chalice 3 times, severing its hold.
"And now it's all mine."
He hooked Ione's chin between his thumb and index finger, the same way she'd held his in the dungeon, and leaned in, halting just before their lips grazed. When Elm whispered into her mouth, he made sure to touch her bottom lip with his thumb, where he knew she'd be warm.
"You really thought I wouldn't remember you?"
She had. He could tell by the flare in her eyes.
"All that talk of pleasure and warmth, and that terrible, unquiet ache between your legs,"
he murmured.
"You painted such a pretty picture for me. And wouldn't it be fun denying me a kiss, had I lost our bet? To take my scythe and render me helpless?"
His top lip brushed hers.
"Tell me, Hawthorne, does it make you feel something, toying with me like this?"
Her breath came in sharp, quick inhales. Her lips parted, and Elm's thumb slipped over her wet inner lip. When she looked up at him, there was enough honesty in her eyes to render a chalice useless.
"Yes." "Then do it,"
he whispered, gliding a hand up her spine.
"Use me. Toy with me. Feel something, Ione."
She lost a breath, and Elm sucked it into his mouth. That hazel gaze hardened a moment, cold and distrusting, but whatever Ione saw in his face was enough to make them thaw. She closed her eyes and leaned forward, pressing her lips against Elm's in a hard, punishing kiss. The cup clattered against stone. Elm reared forward, sweeping Ione onto the floor, her hair soaking up spilled wine. His mouth found her jaw. He dragged kisses across it, then down the column of her neck, breathing her in with unsteady gasps. A hungry flutter of noise scraped up Ione's throat, her hands frenzied. They grabbed at Elm's face, his hair, the muscles along his arms. She caught his wrist on an inhale, paused a beat, then shoved his hand against her breast. Elm moaned, his palm filled with her. He kneaded with unrestrained fingers, spurred by the quickening breaths that bloomed from Ione's parted lips. She clearly wanted him to be rough with her, and he could. It was what he was most familiar with. But if he was rough, it wouldn't last. And for a reason he had no time to work out, Elm wanted it to last with Ione Hawthorne. He softened his grip and slowed his hands, trailing them down to the undersides of her breasts, feeling the weight of them. Then, so quick all Ione could do was gasp. He pushed them upward, meeting the pearl-soft skin with a kiss. Her nails scraped through his hair, and she arched her back, impatient. Her scent filled Elm's nose, sharpest in the line between her breasts. He ran his mouth slowly over them, between them. She smelled of magnolia trees and fields during the first summer rain. Heady, sweet, wistful. It undid him. For a moment he lost focus, every thought bowing to Ione and her smell and her thrumming ache, which, sometime between collecting her at Hawthorne House and there, on the floor of the cellar, had become Elm's ache as well. He tried to kiss more of her, but her dress, that stupid fucking dress, was in the way. He reached for her torn collar, gripping the fabric with both hands. Their eyes met, bleary and wild. Ione seemed to understand. "Tear it off," she said. "Now!" Elm brought her bottom lip into his mouth, pressed it with the tips of his teeth.
"Beg me to."
She inhaled, to kiss or curse him. A noise in the room pulled Ione's focus, her eyes darting to the cellar door, which was now open. Philip Willow, with his hounds and books, stood wide-eyed, arrested at the threshold.
Elm dragged his hands off Ione and shot the physician a murderous glare. "Are we no longer knocking, Philip?"
I did knock."
Philip's gaze flew to Ione.
"Apologies, Miss Hawthorne, I'll just—"
He hurried out of the room, leaving his dogs behind. One of them settled into his bed of hay in the corner. The other came over, tail wagging, and licked Elm across the face. He reached for Ione, but she was already off the floor and on her feet, wine in her hair.
"He's not going to say anything,"
Elm said, adjusting himself in his pants. She hurried toward the door.
"Wait, Hawthorne,"
Elm called after her.
"Ione, wait."
She didn't.